Subheading transactional data. Write down. P2P cycle is called as P2P cycle is called as P2P cycle is called as transactional data. P2P cycle is called as transactional data. Write down this one. PR, RFQ, quotation, PO, GR, IR. PR, RFQ, quotation, PO, GR, IR. So this is what a P2P cycle, procurement to payment. So master data is generally it's a static data, whereas transactional data is a dynamic data. Why? Because to run any transaction, master data is required. Okay, this is very important. To run any transaction, we need a master data. Means a transactional data is dependent on master data, and master data is independent. To create a material, you don't need anything. Means you don't need to focus on a transactional data, and it won't be dependent on transactional data. Simply master data is independent and it is static. Once you create a material master in real time, no changes will happen. Means a few small minor changes, okay, but other than that there is no other change. So that will be defined. We are defining it at client level itself. So either master data or vendor master, like info record, these all are master data which will never change. In most of the reasons it won't change. Only a minor changes we can expect in a real time. Whereas a transactional data is a live data. The users originally they are going to create a requisition, they are going to create order, they are going to originally run the transactions, each and every transaction. So to run any transaction, they need a master data. Okay, so transactional data is depending on the master data. So now here from PR to IR, we are going to call it as a P2P cycle, which is nothing but procurement to payment, in which purchase requisition to PO. So this will be taken care by purchasing department. PR to PO, it is a purchasing department. Whereas goods receipt means any kind of a good movements, either goods receipt, okay, or goods issues or stock transfer. So sort of whenever one material is getting moved from one location to another location, from one plant to other plant, or one storage location to other storage location, or one stock type to other stock type, we are moving the material. So that will be called as inventory department. Means up to PO purchasing, and goods movements will be taken care by just inventory department, and invoice receipt will be taken care by LIV, which is nothing but logistics invoice verification. So right now the transactional data is dividing into these three data: purchasing department, inventory department, and the logistics invoice verification. Okay, write down. You can write down all this. PR to PO purchasing, GRGI inventory, IR logistics invoice. You can write down this one. Subheading purchasing. 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 Write down what is exact meaning of purchasing. Write down. We can purchase a material. We can purchase a material or a service. We can purchase a material or a service from an external vendor. From an external vendor or an internal plant, sorry, from an external vendor or an internal plant. In standard process or consignment. In standard process or consignment or third party or subcontracting process, etc. Subcontracting process, etc. So generally, purchasing is nothing but simply we are going to procure a material or a service, either from external vendor or an internal plant. So here, so many ways are there to purchase a material. There are so many processes: direct, indirect, special procurements. Okay, standard process is nothing but direct and indirect. Whereas consignment, third party, these all come under simply special procurements in the SAP. So special procurements are very, very important in SAP MM. Without that special procurement, we don't have MM. So that much of importance in terms of a real-time work environment, and as well as whenever you are going for attend interview also, they are going to first question, do you have any knowledge on subcontracting? Do you have any knowledge on STOs? These are the common questions in interview. So finally, we are going to create P2P cycle. We are going to run P2P cycle. But the way how we are doing is different from each procedure. Around 10 procedure, 10 kind of procurements are there. In every procurement, every procedure, you are doing the same P2P cycle. But the way how we are doing is different. What kind of data we are having, and whether we are going to integrate with any other module or not, that is going to take in care. Okay, subheading. Types of purchasing documents. Types of purchasing documents. Write down 3 columns. You can write down 3 columns. First column, type. First column, type. First column, type. Second column, document category. Third column, document types. Document types. Write down. You can write down all this. Purchase PR means purchase requisition, and bracket you can write down internal. Yeah. PR is internal purchase requisition. The document category for PR is a B. And the standard document types are FO, comma, NB, RV. You do have a different. You just write down FO, NB, comma, RV. These are the standard document types. RFQ means a request for quotation. Document category is A. These are the standard. Nobody will change this document category. Okay. AN, comma, AB. Third one, PO. Document category F. Here FO, comma, NB, comma, UB. Next, contract. Document category K. Document types MK, comma, WK. Next, schedule agreement. Category L. Type LP, LPA. Okay, these are very, very important. You have to remember these document types. Subheading, write down document type. Document type. Document type. Write down. It is a header level control function. It is a header level control function and controls the it is a header level control function and controls the following parameters. This is very, very important. You can keep a star mark for document type. Okay. It is a header level control function and controls the following parameters. First one, number one, number ranges. Number two, field selection. Number three, number one, number ranges, field selection. Number three, item categories, item categories to be allowed, item categories to be allowed, item categories to be allowed at item level. Item categories to be allowed at item level. Etc. So these are the three important parameters. So I'll explain you at document type configuration. Again, one more definition write down. Item category. Item, write down. Item category. Item category. It defines how the line item, it defines how the line item procurement has to be, it defines how the line item procurement has to be controlled. Has to be controlled. This is very, very important question. So day before yesterday, I was attended for one interview. The question is, what is the significance of item category? And the two, this is the very, very important question for a certification exam. Without this question, there is no SAP MM certification exam. Okay, you can write down next point. It specifies that procurement, it specifies the procurement with material or without material. It specifies the procurement with material or without material. Okay, that is very important. Means whenever you are creating a PO, the item category is very, very important parameter. Based on that only you are going to say this is direct procurement, this is indirect procurement, or this procurement is for consumption, or this procurement is a blanket, or this procurement is consignment. You are going to say based on the item category. Okay, it's very important. Next, item category IMG settings. Item category IMG settings. The other interview question, what are the different item categories? You know, that is one more question. What is the significance of item category, and what are the different item categories are available in SAP? And one more question, is it possible to create a new item category? Okay, subheading item category IMG settings. Write down path SPRO, 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 MM, SPRO, MM, purchasing, SPRO, MM, purchasing, define external representation of, define external representation of item categories. You can underline from SPRO to purchasing. You can underline SPRO to MM purchasing. You can underline up to that and write down a T code OLME. You have to remember this is the shortcut. Every time SPRO MM purchasing, rather than that, if you enter OLME, okay, OLME, it will directly come into purchasing. We can use that T code. Execute. You can write down two columns. First column, item category external. First column, item category external. Second column, text. First column, item category external. Second column, text. Yeah, you can write down. This is blank, means a standard. There is no value. Okay. You can write down all. B for limit, K for consignment, L for subcontracting. Or else if you want the space, you can leave some space and I'll give you the screenshot if you want. You can note it down later. Okay, you can leave some space rather than we can go with the explanation. You can leave some space. I will upload that screenshot. You can fill all. Next line, select any one item category. Select any one item category. Say standard. And click on details button. And click on details button. Select any item category. Select any item category, say standard, and click on details button. So first of all, I'll explain you here. These are the very important item categories. So here we cannot create any new item category. So there is no new entries option. Okay. Every time you are going to have a new entries option, you are going to create. But you cannot create any new item category in SAP. You have to use only the standard 10 item categories. That's it. Other than that, you cannot create a new item category. First thing. Second thing is we cannot update any control functions of any item category. Whenever you are going into details, you see everything is grayed out. There is no editable option for all these control functions. So this is also not possible. Only the possible thing is we can change the item category external representation. Here B, you can change it to some other parameter. Okay, you can make it as a or you can make it as a C or E, F, something like that. Okay, and as well as we can update the text of the item category. However, we are representing the item category, that representation and its text only changeable. Other than that, nothing is changeable. So whenever go into details button, you see whenever you are using a standard procurement, what will happen? Material is required. Okay, it's a possible. Here you see three options: mandatory, possible, and not allowed. If you see here possible means it is not at all mandatory. Okay, material required means it's a possible. You can go with the material or without material. There is no issue. Account assignment category also possible. You can go. You can specify or not. Nothing. Sure. And inventory also possible. Okay, and as well as a goods receipt. So this goods receipt tick mark will be there in PO. Whenever you are trying to create a purchase order with standard item category, you see here good receipt. PO item is linked to good receipt. So you have to perform a good receipt. Okay, that is important. And here, that indicator, whatever the GR indicator which is coming in PO, we can change. We can untick or tick. Okay, so GR valuation are not selected. This is fine. Coming to invoice also. So PO item linked to invoice means whenever you created a PO for a standard item category, GR is mandatory and IR is mandatory. Means you have to go with the PO, good receipt, invoice receipt. So those indicators will be, you can edit. You can see changeable in PO, changeable in PO. So this is what the basic item category setting for a standard. Now for B. So generally this is the item category B is nothing but used for a blanket purchasing. Okay. So blanket purchasing means we can call it as a limits. We are going, whenever you are going to procure stationary kind of items, very low value items for which we don't need any good receipt. Okay, for 100 rupees or 200 rupees, we do have a different departments in a particular, I mean, plant location. You can take a simply, there is some administration department, they are going to, they need like a service items or stationary items regularly. They need papers, A4 sheet papers, pencils, pens, and highlight pens. So many they required. So whenever they wanted to procure those, so they don't need to maintain any material master for that, like for a paper, for a pen. It is not required. Directly they are going to keep a description as a stationary items. That is some 1,000 rupees. Okay, that is a low value of items, so we no need to bother about. So for which good receipt is not there in SAP. Why? Because at that time we will use the item category B. If you go inside for details, you see material required, not allowed. So material is not at all not allowed. Whenever you are going to take item category B, material is not allowed. And account assignment mandatory. Okay, whereas earlier it was possible. But here you see account assignment is mandatory. Whenever I wanted to create a PO with reference to item category B, just a second, I'll go here, ME21N, so which is used to create a purchase order, the transaction. So material is not allowed. So I'll go with here basic details. Just I will go. Now item category B, I am going to specify and enter. Let's see what will happen. Yeah. You see, please enter material number or account assignment. So you cannot specify. Why? Because in general, this is the standard error. That is the reason why it is coming. But as per item category B setting, material is not allowed. But you have to specify the additional account assignment. So what you need to do here, you go back and you have to give here account assignment category some K. Okay. Now you see, please enter either material or short text. So we cannot enter material here. We have to go with the short text only, some text. Enter plant, it is asking, okay, plant some. Please enter material or some material group, some material group. So these are the basic parameters. Just a second. And what are other parameters? You see, inventory management is not allowed. Inventory management in the sense all kind of good movements are going to be happen. So whenever you are specifying item category B, material is not required. Account assignment is mandatory, whereas inventory management is not allowed. Means no good movement is not acceptable for item category B. You see, good receipt, it was not there, not linked, but invoice is linked. So now you can see here, if you go into delivery tab, okay, 1 second. If you go into delivery tab, let's see, you see good receipt. We cannot. Why? Because it's not allowed on here. It was not linked. So we cannot update this parameter. Whereas invoice, you can see. Okay. So this invoice receipt is having tick mark. Here you see PO item is linked to invoice receipt. That is the reason why these are the very, very important parameters. So based on the item category only, you are going to perform a particular scenario where we do have a lot of a control function. They are going to ask what will happen when you are using item category B. Okay, what will happen when you are using item category B? What are its control functions? What are the additional parameters you are able to see? Whenever you are using standard, what are the basic parameters? What are its control functions? So for every item category, there is a own set of these parameters, control functions. So write down, you can go into standard now. You can write all this. You can write down material required, material required, possible, additional account assignment, possible, inventory management, possible. Next, goods receipt. Put a tick mark, PO item linked. Next, GR indicator, changeable in PO. Changeable in PO. Invoice receipt. Invoice receipt. PO item linked. IR indicator film, changeable in PO. Changeable in PO. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Okay, write down note. It is not possible to. It is not possible to create a new item category. It is not possible to create a new item category. and not possible to edit, and not possible to edit. Existing control functions, comma, if requires, if requires, if requires, if requires, if requires, we can edit. If requires, we can edit item category, external symbol, item category, external symbol. Our session will end up. This is the symbol, external symbol. Okay. We can edit item category, external symbol, and item category text, item category text. This is very, very important. You can go through each and every item category and let's see control functions and try to go into the PO screen and observe. Okay. Subheading, purchase requisition. Write down a definition. It is a request. It is a request to purchase department. Next subheading, create purchase requisition. Create purchase requisition. So yesterday we came into purchasing, which is a transactional data. So now in the transactional data, we have a P2P cycle. So in that, the first one is the purchase requisition. So yesterday we have seen the couple of IMG settings. So for every transaction, there are a few common settings, which is the number ranges, document type, and field selection. These are the basic IMG settings for any transaction. Earlier also we did the same, like a screen layout is there, and as well as number ranges are there. So here these are the three important parameters we have. Now we are entering into the transaction. We have to create a, so purchase requisition is an internal document. It is not a legal document. Okay. Other than purchase requisition, all other are legal entities. Means we are sending the document to the vendor. Now this is the internal document which we are requesting the purchasing department, who are taking care of purchasing and all. We are requesting, this is the stock has been who are monitoring the stock and all, they will, when they will check the stock level, if it is a minimum, then immediately they will raise a request to the purchasing department. This particular material stock has been decreased, so we need to have these materials into our storage location for a production or a consumption purpose. Likewise, they will tell, and immediately they will raise a purchase requisition. So daily hundreds of requisitions will be created, but end of the day, only few requisitions will be converted into orders, and those will be converted into receipts, and those will converted into invoices, and payments will be made. So this is what the process. Okay, now how to create a purchase requisition, we will see. Yeah, subheading, create purchase requisition. Write down the path. Logistics. Logistics. Purchasing. Purchase requisition. Logistics. Purchasing. Purchase requisition. Create. Write down execute. ME51N. Execute ME51N. Okay. So when you execute ME51N, you'll be able to see this is the screen. Write down, this is the first one. Document type. Write down document type. Write on ZNB1. Yesterday we have created document type. Write on ZNB1. Next, write on source determination. Put a tick mark. Source determination. If you select this indicator, system will determine sources or vendors for all the items from quota arrangement in bracket first priority, comma source list second priority, in bracket you can write on second, comma contract third, comma info record in bracket last, info record last. So here the main importance of this source determination is whatever the purchase requisition, whatever the material you are going to request. So I need this material of 100 quantity, then for this particular plant location. So immediately if you have this selection for that material, it will identify is there any quota arrangement available or not. If it is available, it will pick up the vendor. If not, it will look for source list. If there is no source list also, it will look for a contract. If there is no contract also, it will look for info record. If nothing is there, you have to give manually. So the source determination means if you select this one, source will get determined by the system automatically. Okay. So see here, collapse header, this one collapse items, collapse item details. So here in a particular single screen, you are able to see 3 subscreens. One is a header. So this is the header information of purchase requisition, where we have a text. Okay. This is the item information, where you are going to request material. What is the material? How much quantity? What is the delivery date? For which plant? Which storage location? Who is the requisitioner? Who is the vendor? Okay. And what is the purchase organization? So this information you have to specify. So after that, this is the line item details. Okay, all details will be available here. So these are the 3 subscreens you have. Whenever I'm going to talk about header now, so you have to remember, okay, this is the header. Whenever I'm talking about item, so this is the item. If I'm going to tell line item row, this one is a line item row. Okay. Just a second here, the power is gone. 1 second. Yeah, sorry, actually power off. Okay, so these are the 3 subscreens we have. So you have to very important header. This is the item details. So here in line item, you are going to line item row. Here you are going to specify which material, how much quantity, which location. You have to specify all these details. Right on. In line item, in line item, specify specify following parameters. Write down now. You can write down. I'll tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 columns. You can write down 10 columns. Ten columns you can specify. First column, account assignment category. Account assignment category. Account assignment category. You can keep it as a blank. Next, item category. Item category. So now I am going with the standard procurement. I don't want to go for any consignment or nothing. I'm just going for standard. So keep it as a blank. Next, material. You just enter some material. Okay, material. Next, short text is not needed. So automatically material short text will come into picture. Next, write down quantity. Quantity column 100. Next, delivery date column. Delivery date. You just keep it as a blank. As of now, let's see. Delivery date blank. Next, plant B100. B100. So storage location is not a mandatory parameter. Okay. If you want, you can specify, but no issue. Next, purchase group. Requisitioner. Purchase group. Next one, requisitioner. Desired vendor. You keep it as a blank. Okay. Desired vendor. You keep it as a blank. Why? Because already we have selected the source determination. Let's see if any source is there, it will pick automatically. Okay. Purchase organization, last column. Purchase organization. So this basic information you have to specify. Okay. So first column, you no need to enter anything. Second column, account assignment category blank. Item category blank. Material number. How much quantity? Delivery date automatically generated. Already you have a planned delivery time, purchase processing time. Okay. So there are 2 to 3 parameters are available. Next, click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Write down subheading account assignment category. Account assignment category. Account assignment category. Write down. It specifies. It specifies. It specifies to which consumption account. It specifies to which consumption account specifies to which consumption account material value has to post. Material value has to post it specifies to which consumption account material value has to post. Next point, if this field is blank, if this field is blank, if this field is blank, then line item is procuring for line item is procured for stock purpose. Next point, if line item has to procure for particular, if line item has to procure for particular user department, consumption purpose, then specify relevant account assignment category, relevant account assignment category, here. So it's a very important field in real time. So you are going to have they are going to ask a question, what do you mean by account assignment category? So generally account assignment category is a very important field. So based on that the postings will made. Suppose I told you already at the initial time there are two kind of procurements will be there. Okay, one is normally direct procurement where we are going to specify the material. Okay, likewise indirect procurement I told you. So indirect procurement means we are not specifying any material. So we are going to specify particular material description. Okay, so in that particular case, what will happen? We have to specify which department is going to consume this particular material. Simple example, you can take a one educational institution where we do have a different departments, accounting department, the library department, likewise, okay, administration department. Every department, there are a lot of different departments will be there. So if in case they need suppose some sort of a stationary items are needed for some accounting department, so immediately what they will do, they will raise a request to the concerned team and they are going to procure like a printers, I mean computer systems, and as well as A4 sheet papers, pens, pencils, nothing like that, all stationary items. So for which those all stationary items are required for that department only. That administration department needed those all items. They are the people, I mean that particular material value, suppose it costs around 5,000 rupees. So that 5,000 rupees will be posted to their GL account. That who are the people are originally going to consume that stationary items. So for with that department you have to specify here. In the account assignment category, in real time, we are going to use mostly two. One is the cost center. Okay, one more is the order. F is for order, K is for cost center. Other than that, we don't use any more In it, sometimes we will use asset also. Asset is like it's like a one kind of a property. Okay, F is order and K is cost center. These two only in real time we will use. Okay, now here it is not required. We are specifying already material. Okay, based on the earlier, I got error account assignment category mandatory. Now it is not coming because there is in OMS2 setting. Okay, already I told you whenever two tick marks are there, that is for stock purpose. Whenever only one tick or there is no tick, it will be for consumption. So at that time, you have to specify which particular consumption GL account has to trigger. So that you have to specify the department. Okay, write down. Write down the path SPRO, SPRO, MM, purchasing, account assignment, account assignment, maintain, account assignment categories, maintain account assignment categories, write down, execute, execute, execute. In real time also, in real time also, in real time also. Account assignment categories already, account assignment categories already exist. Already account assignment categories exist, comma, we can define new category, we can define we can define new category, we can define new category as per business requirement. We can define new category as per business requirement. So in real time, you don't create any kind of account assignment category. Generally, it will be a part of FI. Okay, SAP FI consultant will create all this. You will not responsible person to create this account assignment category. Okay, they will create. So in mostly in real time, we will use cost center, comma, order F. Okay, write down one just parameter. Select any existing account assignment category. Select any existing account assignment category. Say cost center. Say cost center. And click on details button. And click on details button. And observe. And observe its control functions. Observe its control functions. So whenever you are going to specify K, so a few fields will come into picture. So in which what are the fields are mandatory, what are not required, you see. GL account is mandatory when you specify K. Remaining all are optional. Okay. When you are going to specify cost center, GL account will be the mandatory parameter. You can see there is GR and IR option is there. And you see account modifier. This is a common thing. So here consumption posting means you can see V means it's a consumption. Okay. Likewise, you will have a few parameters. You just observe. You no need to create anything. Right on. Next, go back to PR screen. Go back to PR screen. Subheading item data. Item data. Subheading material data. Material data. Write down. Here material group is. Here material group is. Here material group is copied from material master. Okay, material group is copied from material master. So likewise, here vendor material number. If you have any vendor material number, if it so that you can maintain here. So vendor material number means here this is the our SAP material. Business material number is this one. The description is raw material for construction. The business is going to create a purchase order for the raw material for a construction. So vendor is going to deliver the material. But at a vendor location, what is the material number for this material? So that is what vendor material number. సో నార్మల్గా ఏంటంటే మన దగ్గర ఉన్న మెటీరియల్ నెంబరు 151 సిరీస్తో స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి 6010 అది మన మెటీరియల్. మన ప్లాంట్ లొకేషన్లో ఒక యూజర్ నాకు ఈ స్టాక్ తగ్గింది, ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఈ స్టాక్ కావాలి అనే దానికోసం ఆడ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాడు. వెండర్ ఏంటి, ఈ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ వాళ్ళకి వెళ్ళగానే ఆ మెటీరియల్ డిస్క్రిప్షన్ చూసి ఆ మెటీరియల్ డెలివర్ చేస్తాడు. సో అతని దగ్గర ఉండే నెంబర్ ఏంటి? సో దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ వెండర్ మెటీరియల్ నెంబర్. ఓకే, సో దట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ యూ కెన్ గివ్ either manually or else will be copied from the existing material master. Like here, if you have in the material master, if you are going to maintain a manufacturing profile or manufacturing number, okay, all these come into picture. If in case if you maintain there, all values will come here. Okay, next, quantities slash dates tab. Quantities slash dates tab. You can write down quantity 100. You can write down quantity 100. You can say delivery date automatically picked up. Okay. Delivery date is automatically picked up. Okay. 2/8. Okay. Next, write down this field closed. This is very, very important interview question. How you will create, how you will delete the requisition, or how you will close the requisition. This is the interview question. If you select this indicator, then system will not expect PO. Then system will not expect PO for this item. Even though open quantity is exists for PR item. Means I am going to create a PR for this particular material with 100 quantity and I saved. Then I can create a PO and all. If in case if you select this indicator, what will happen? The system will treat this requisition is deleted, this requisition is closed, so that whenever you are trying to create a PO for that PR, it won't allow to create. Means the system will never expect any purchase order for this purchase requisition. Why? Because it's already closed. Okay. Next, write down fixed ID. Fixed ID. Write down if you make any changes, if you make any changes in MRP generated here delivery date, sorry, if you make any changes, if you make any changes in MRP generated PR, MRP generated PR, then this indicator will select automatically, okay. Next, here delivery date, here delivery date can calculate automatically, here delivery date can calculate automatically, here delivery date can calculate automatically with PR process time, plus material master planned delivery time, material master planned delivery time. So here this fixed ID means whenever the purchase requisition generated automatically from MRP, material requirement planning. So after that, if you do any changes to that purchase requisition, like you have changed quantity or you have changed some price or something else, then this indicator will get selected automatically. So already I told you yesterday purchase processing time, which will be help in determining the automatic delivery date. Okay. Next, right on valuation tab. Right on. Here price will copy from price will copy from material master, or we can enter manually, You can write down goods receipt tick mark, invoice receipt tick mark, GR put a tick mark, which is not editable. Invoice is still editable. Write down. If GR and IR, are required, if GR and IR are required for PR line item, then select these indicators here, then select these indicators here, then only we can enter GR and IR. Then only we can enter GR and IR. And if we don't enter, then system will display this PR. Then system will display this PR. Then system will display this PR number. In open PR or PO report. So generally these two, based on the item category standard, so these are coming into picture, and these are editable and non-editable. So this is the SAP standard system behavior. Why it is grayed out, why not is grayed out, in the sense this is based on the account assignment category setting and as well as the item category control functions. Based on those two standard parameters, okay, nobody will change those existing. Based on that, these fields are coming into selected. If in case if these are not selected, you will not be able to enter any good receipt and invoices. Right on. If these indicators are not selected, for a PR line item, then it is not possible to enter. Then it is not possible to enter GR and IR. Then it is not possible to enter GR and IR. Write down a note. Either item category or account assignment category, settings controls this. Our session will end. Controls this GR and IR indicators, either account assignment category or item category. IMG settings controls these indicators. Next one, source of supply button. Right down. Here, for a particular PR line item, comma, source has to determine automatically. Yeah. Here for a particular PR line item, comma, source has to determine automatically. Then write down. Then quickly assign. Source of supply. Then quickly assign source of supply. In bracket, click on assign source of supply button. Click on source of supply button. So you can see earlier it was completely blank. Okay. So now if I click on assign source of supply, immediately it will look for first priority quota arrangement. Okay. Second priority is source list. Third priority contract. Fourth priority is info record. So there is no contract. Why? Because this is a new material and vendor. I think I have not created this particular resource list as well, maybe. So it picked from info record. Okay. Next, status tab. Status tab. Right on. Processing status. It will display. It will display. It will display PR status. It will display PR status automatically by system, automatically by system, based on based on subsequent purchasing, based on subsequent purchasing. You can see the different statuses: RFQ created, PO created, RFQ sent, contract created. So likewise, whenever for this particular PR, if you create a PO now, so PO created. If you create RFQ now, RFQ created. Likewise, the status will update automatically based on the subsequent purchasing document. Write down, full stop. It is for information purpose only. It is for information purpose only. Next, write down block ID. If we select blocked by requester, if we select blocked by requester, then PR item will be blocked for RFQ and PO. RFQ and PO. And blocking text will be required field, and blocking text will be required field. So if you want to block any PO or RFQ for this PR, you don't want to create, then you have to block here. Okay. Next one, contact person tab. Write down, created by your SAP user. Okay, in your system, I think it will be your name or something. Created by. Next, creation indicator, or means real time. We are creating manually this one. There are different options. I told you requisition created manually and automatically from APO system, from plant maintenance system, and as well from a sales order, means SD document. So the MRP, there are different parameters are available. So these many. Now we are creating manually. Next, requisitioner. The name itself indicates it is the person who requires this material. Okay, write down. It is the person who requires. It is the person who requires material for plant. Material for plant. Okay. Tracking number you can write down. It will track all purchasing documents It will track all purchasing documents. It will track all purchasing documents. It will track all purchasing documents that are created that are created under this number. So generally, in real time, they will use much this field because hundreds of requisitions will create in every day for their business transactions. So they are going, suppose for today they are going to give some number 1, 2, 3, 4. So all requisitions will create with that number. So they will maintain a tracking numbers. For today, this is the tracking number 1, 2, 3, 4. Tomorrow, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. Likewise, they are going to maintain. So if in case if they want to get a purchase requisition for a particular day, so immediately they will take a tracking number and they will run the report with this tracking number. They will extract all the requisitions. So it will be easily they can track the all purchasing documents based on the tracking number. Okay. That too, this is for information and reporting purpose only. Other than that, nothing use. Okay. Next, you can write down a one note. We can see purchasing documents tracking number. We can see purchasing document tracking number in MELB T code. MELB T code. MELB T code. Next, click on save button. So this is save. Okay. So click on save button. Okay. So in general, yeah, you should remember this is delivery address. No need to write and all. Just delivery address always will be the plant address in general. Okay, whatever the plant you are specifying, in general plant address and storage location address. Or else you can write down a point. That would be better. Write down a point. Here delivery address will be. Here delivery address will be. Storage location address. Here delivery address will be. Storage location address. In bracket first priority. First priority. Or plant address. Plant address. Second priority. Once again, I'm repeating the point. Here delivery address will be storage location address in bracket first priority or plant address second priority and still we can edit the address. Still we can edit the address. And one more, I'll tell you this. This is also. You can write down a texts tab. You just strike out that save. Click on save line. You just strike out and you can write down now. Delivery address is done. Texts tab. Here we have a different item texts. Here we have a different item text where we can maintain a sort of information, where we can maintain a sort of information relevant to the material, a sort of information relevant to the material. Full stop. Right on. Next point. Click on item text. Click on item text. Click on item text and specify some text relevant to material, means here you can see the description is only raw material for construction, etc., so that characters are limited. Okay, we do not have much information. If you want to add any specifications to that particular material, so that we can specify in item text, so that vendor will understand. Okay, suppose if you are going to order some mortar, so here you will give only the description, some mortar, that's it. But you don't mention, you are not able to specify any other parameters, like what is the voltage rating, what is the current power rating, what is the wattage. So all parameters you have to specify. So that will be possible with the help of a text tab, in which item text we can use for that information. Okay. Next, click on item note. Click on item note. Click on item note. Click on item note and enter any confidential information which should not reveal to vendor, and has to maintain in our system only, Okay, any information if you should not reveal to vendor, only for our information, internal purpose, then you can maintain item note. So this is a material PO text. Generally, if you maintain material PO text in material master, that will be copied. Delivery text, if you want to give any sort of instructions when you are receiving your material into your storage location, if you want to give sort of a delivery instructions, then you can maintain here. Likewise, so in real time we will use item text only, mostly item text, sometimes material PO text as well. Okay. Next, click on check button. So that what will happen now, it will give the messages whether if you have any warning or error. Okay, if there are no messages, it will give no messages issued during check. Next, click on save button. And observe created PR number, and observe created PR number as per number range, Okay, so in this way you have to create so again I'm going to create one more. So what I'm doing is just to cleanly observe You have to select document type, click on source determination. So you have to enter what is the material. Okay, so my material, what is the quantity? I want 1000 quantity. Okay, my plant B100, my storage location RM01, my purchase group triple S, requisitioner I am, and I have to enter purchase organization. So these are the basic parameters we have to enter. Then click enter. Then your entire item get opened. Okay, if you want one more item, line item, you want to purchase two materials. So again, I will go with the same material with some 90 quantity. Okay, same plant and a different storage location. Okay, same purchase group, and I am only the responsible. Next, B100. Now two materials, two lines. So whenever you are going to enter a second item, here you see item interval is 10 and 20. So yesterday I told you, whenever I am defining a new document type, there I told you item interval is 10. Okay, in real time also item interval is 10. Why not 1, 2? In the sense it's for one particular document type, we are using item like a different item interval is 1. Means simply it will give the, it's a difference. The first item is specified with 10. Second item is specified with 10. So that difference will be 10. Means 10, 20, 30, 40 like that. Most of the businesses, they will use the item interval as a 10. Nobody will change. If you want to change, you can give it as a 5. Then line item 5. First item will become 5. Second item 10. Third item 15. Fourth item 20. Likewise. If you give line in item interval as a 1, so you will see line item 1, 2, 3, 4 likewise. Okay. So now this information is copied. Next, what you have to do, material information copied, quantity information, valuation, price information, source of supply. Just click here. Immediately info record come into picture. So this is for line item 10. I want to go for line item 20. Then if you click here, line item 20, and again assign source of supply. So these symbols are also you can see. Next item, previous item. Next, click on this check and then save. So here nothing is tough. You have to give your material, your vendor, your plant, your storage location, your purchase organization. That's it. If you do not have any sources now, you have to give manually here desired vendor place. Okay. Now write down one important parameter. Submitting list of open PRs, closed PRs. This is very important report in real time and interview. What is the report you will be used for PR? Okay. Write down list of open PRs and closed PRs. Execute ME5A. Execute ME5A. Underline. Next line. Here buyers. Here buyers. Daily will say. Here buyers daily will see list of open PRs, list of open PRs which are created with reference to a purchase group, with reference to a purchase group. Then they will convert open PRs into RFQ and POs. RFQ and POs. Now you can see when you execute ME5A, you will be able to see this particular selection screen. There are a lot of fields are available. So a lot of fields, and you see here different parameters. So this is the variant. I will tell you how to create. This is the last session. I will tell you. Here you see dynamic selection. So this is very important. Dynamic selection means here you are already able to see some 20 to 30 input fields you are able to see here. So any one of the parameters you can put and you can execute and you can generate the output. So whereas with the help of a dynamic selection, you will have a wide range of selection. So if you expand this one, you can select anyone. If you want to, based on document type, you can give the document type ZZN1, I think. So now you can execute. Then immediately you will open. You will be able to see your particular requisitions. There are no suitable requisitions, or else you can go with some processing status or creation. Yeah, I wanted to go with some purchasing group. Triple I will give, and I will execute. Now you see how many particular line, I mean purchase equations are created with reference to this triples. So this is the way we have, means in the dynamic selection you will have a wide range of selection is possible. So any parameter you can give here and you can execute. You can give your document type if you remember, or if you give, you can give your plant. My plant is B100, and here in scope of list go with not A, go with ALV. So ALV is simply ABAP list view. They will ask in interview, what is ALV? But people will know ALV, what is ALV, but they don't know what is the full name for ALV. ABAP list view. So generally this is the scope of list, means the output. If you select A, output look like in different manner. You see now, if I select ALV now, in the sense it will be easy for you to spreadsheet. Immediately you can extract into spreadsheet. You can click anywhere, you can right click anywhere on the screen, and you can export and you can save it. Now you will be able to see your open purchase requisition report. So this is the way in general the people will work on it. Okay, and this is the open PR report. So not only why you have to go with ALV, why not other, in the sense you can go with any other parameter. That is what, as a, you have to select each and every parameter, and you have to look the how the output is coming. Okay, in mostly in real time we'll use a ALV grid ALV ABAP list view, so that you will be able to see in a that output will be in a proper manner. Okay, write down enter plant and the scope of list as ALV, enter plant number and scope of list as ALV, arrow mark, click on execute, click on execute, click on execute, click on execute, and observe the list of PRs, and observe the list of PRs. So these all are open PRs. Still they are pending. Okay. If you select this option in the selection screen, if you come down, you'll be able to see closed requisitions. So I wanted to see closed requisitions for B100. So still it is showing all purchase requisitions. Okay. So you can see requisitions for item wise. Okay. Also list head requisitions assigned purchase. So everything is coming to picture. Okay. You can get it all closed requisitions also from here. Okay. So in this way you have to go into report and you have to execute and extract the list of purchase requisitions, which is a standard report ME5A. Next line, purchase requisition information. Purchase requisition information will be stored in EBAN table. EBAN table EBAN. Okay, so this is what a purchase requisition, how to create, and what is the report and what is the table. So to change purchase requisition, ME52N, write down ME52N, change purchase requisition means change PR. ME53N, display PR. ME52N, change PR. ME53N, display PR. Subheading, request for quotation. Request for quotation. RFQ in bracket. RFQ. Subheading again, IMG settings. Write down OLME, arrow mark, RFQ, arrow mark, OLME, arrow, RFQ, arrow. Number 1, define number ranges. Number 1, define number ranges. Okay, next line, execute. Next line, click on change intervals. Click on change intervals. Click on change intervals. Next, click on insert button. Click on insert button. Write down 3 columns. Number range. Click on number range. Sorry, number range. You can give some S6 I have given. As of now here, I was having S5, so I have given S6. Next, from number, you can specify some number. 2 number also. So I'm going with the 62 series 5000 and the 62 series 5999. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Now my number range is S6. This is a common. We already created many number ranges. Okay, everything will be same. Next, back to IMG. Number two, define screen layout. At a document level. Define screen layout at a document level. Execute. Right on. In real time also, field selection already exists. In real time also, field selection already exists, comma, as per business requirement, we can define new field selection. also. Next line, standard field selection. Standard field selection for RFQ is standard field selection for RFQ is ANA. ANA. Okay, which is the standard? This is the interview question. What is the field selection, standard field selection for quotation? Okay, ANA. Next, select field selection ANA. Select field selection ANA and click on copy as button. Click on copy as button. Write down field selection key. So I'm going with the name ZYNA. Okay, ZYNA. It's a description BSR RFQ industry. You can give your own description. Next, click enter. Click enter. Now you can see our entry has been created, means copied. You can see ZYNA. Next, select our new field selection. Select our new field selection and click on details button and click on details button. Next line, click on any one field selection group. Click on any one field selection group. Say basic data comma item. Say basic data comma item and observe which fields are optional / display / required. Okay, likewise, what you do, you just go into each and every field selection and observe which fields are there. So you can say collective RFQ is a required entry. If you want, you can make it as a optional entry as well. Okay, next, back to main screen. Back to main screen and click on save button. Click on save button. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number three. Define document types. Define document types. Write down execute. Write down standard. Here standard document types are. Here standard document types are AN comma AB. AN comma AB. So generally these are the two standard document types. Now we have to create a new document type. Simple, same procedure. Select a document type AN. Next line. Select document type AN and click on copy as button and click on copy as button. Now write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 columns you can write down. 6 columns. First column doc type. First column document type. Second column description. Third column, item interval. So which is yesterday I told you, na? Item interval. So here also the same. Every setting will be same. Next, number range internal. Number range internal. Number range internal. Number range external. You can remove it. Next, field selection. Field selection. This one, ZYNA. Okay, now you can write down. Document type, I am going with ZZAN. Okay, new document type, ZZAN. And description, BSR, RFQ industry. Item interval same. Now the question here, number range. So already you created number range in the previous step now. That number range you have to assign, and as well the field selection earlier created. So that also you have to assign. Next, click enter. Click enter. Arrow. Click on copy all. Click on copy all. Click on copy all. Okay. Next, click on save button. Click on save button. Next line. Select our document type. Select our document type and click on allowed item categories and observe existing item categories and observe existing item categories. Okay, now with this I will stop this session. Okay, tomorrow I will continue from here. Yesterday we have seen a few settings relevant to purchase order IMG, where we have defined the number range and then field selection and then document type. So after that, this is the one important setting, define a tolerance limits for price variance. So whenever if we see any differences in PO item price and material master price, then based on these limits, if it exceeds, so it will give the either error message or a warning message while creating the PO. Write down tolerance key PE, which is the standard tolerance key PE. In real time, we can create a new tolerance key. The limits, the business is going to give the limits. So in our client, we are using 10% and 10%, lower limit and upper limit. Both are 10%. We are using the limits. Okay, so if we want to create, we can create. So the standard key is PA. Right, on tolerance key PA. Company code B100. Next, lower limit. Lower limit. Set limit. Tolerance percentage is 20%. Upper limit. Tolerance limit 20%. So this price variance is between material master and PO item. So whenever if it exceeds these limits, lower and upper, Then it will give either error or warning message. Write down. If PO item price is greater than or less than material master price and exceeds this limit and exceeds this limit, then system will give either warning message or error message, either warning message or error message based on message setting full stop. Save and back to IMG. Write down number 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Number 5. Texts for purchase orders. Texts for purchase orders. Define text types for header texts. Define text types for header texts. Execute right. In real time also in real time also PO header text in real time also PO header text types are predefined here, comma, as per business requirement, we can define new text types also. So generally, we do have header text and as well as the item text in PO. So header text means we are whenever you are going for a purchase orders, you are going to represent the multiple line items, not only one particular material you are going to purchase. Okay, different materials to different plants you are going to purchase in a single purchase order. So at the time you wanted to give some sort of information, you wanted to maintain, then it is possible with the help of header text. So whenever something you are specifying in header, that will be unique for all the lines. Whatever the document type you are selecting, So the document type will be unique for all line items. Okay, so here we do have a header text. So in real time, we don't create any new header texts. In general, the existing texts will be used. That is more enough, I can say. We are going to have a 5 to 6, out of which business is going to use either one or two. That's it. Other than that, they don't use. Why? Because already they are keeping information in material itself. In the material, there is a view, purchase order text. So they are going to maintain entire text there. So that text will be copied to here. So that is what the next important. You can write down. No need to create anything. That too, this is a cross client setting. Write down. This configuration is this configuration is a cross client setting. So what you do, you can go through Google and you can search what exactly indicates cross client. Okay, I'll tell you. If you don't get any information, I'll tell you tomorrow. So if you get information, you just let me know tomorrow. Okay, it's a very important. Write down sequence number, meaning sequence number, second column, meaning 01, header text 02, header note 03, pricing types, pricing types. Save and back to IMG. Save and back to IMG. Define copying rules for define copying rules for header texts. Define copying rules for header texts. Execute. So here exactly it represents name itself in case is a copying rule. So somewhere in the material you mentioned some text. That text you wanted to copy into purchase order header. So in material master PO text, you wanted to copy to which text, PO item or header. If in case if it is a PO item text, in that which text type you wanted to adapt. That is what the copying rule. Okay, now I will go with header text 01. I will check from where it can we are going to fetch in standard text linkages. You can so from quotation header text is coming into here. PO header text from contract also release order text. So if in case if I go for purchase order text something, maybe that would be item level. Let us go with the header node. Let's see the linkages. Let's see contract header node. So suppose whatever the header text in PO that can be copied from RFQ or purchase order we can directly maintain and a contract. So whenever some text you maintain in quotation, that will be copied to here. Okay, if you maintain here. So this is what the copying rule. Write down. Select sequence number 01. Select sequence number 01 and click on text linkages and click on text linkages. Write down a point. If PO is creating If PO is creating with respect to RFQ or contract or PR or outline agreements, then which text has to be, then which text has to be copied from, which text has to be copy for PO, which text has to be copy for PO with respect to header text, with respect to header text is maintained here. You can write down source object, first column, source object, second column, source text. You can write down RFQ slash quotation. Here, header text. Contract. Contract. Release order text. Release order text. Save and back to IMG. Save and back to IMG. Next point. Similarly, same settings will be available for. Similarly, same settings will be available for item text, and it's a copying rules, and it's a copying rules. So similar manner, you can go into item text and observe which item texts are available. Go and observe for each item text from where the data is fetching. Okay. Next one, write down. Define reasons for ordering. Define reasons for ordering. Execute. Write down two columns. Order reason. Second column, description. You can write down 002 and 003. So you can go with the two reasons. Why you are ordering? Why you are creating a purchase order? What is the need? Okay, so that is what the reasons for ordering. So we won't use this setting much in a real time. You can write down two reasons, just for example. Next, save and back. Next, define reasons for cancellation. execute. Here, why you are going to cancel the order? Something you ordered in a Flipkart, and immediately, I mean, day before, I mean, one day after us, you are going to cancel. Why? Maybe the price has been reduced in other platform, or else maybe we feel that they are not providing a genuine product, or maybe poor quality. So something like that, we are going to cancel our order. So here also orders will be cancelled. So what is the reason? You can write down two columns: reason cancellation, reason for cancellation, reason for cancellation. Second column, name. Number one, cancelled due to poor quality. Number two, cancelled source of supply changed. Cancelled source of supply changed. Save and back. Save and back. Define blocking reasons. Define blocking reason. Execute. Execute. Write down two columns. Block reason indicator, or you can write down block reason ID. Blocking reason ID. Second column, not changeable. We don't use much these three. Okay, reason ordering, cancelling, and reason for blocking. We don't use much these parameters in real time. But you should know. If someone asks where you can configure this, so you have to say 01, and you can keep blank. Next, select 01 line. Select 01 line, and click on descriptions. Click on descriptions. Write down two columns. Write down EN English, and then it's a blocking reason text. Second column, blocking reason text. That is a poor quality. Poor quality. Poor quality. Save and back to IMG. Save and back to IMG. So these are the IMG settings for PO. So now let's go with the creation subheading. Create purchase order. Create purchase order. Write down the normal path. Logistics. Logistics. Purchasing. Logistics purchasing, purchase order, logistics, purchasing, purchase order, create, create, arrow, ME21N, ME21N. So this is the purchase order transaction, ME21N. Purchase requisition, ME51N. Quotation, ME41. Okay. Note, you can write down a note. Note. PO can create. PO can create. PO can create with the following reference documents. PO can create with the following reference documents. First one, PR. Number two, contract. PR, contract. RFQ. Number three, RFQ. Number four, other PO. Other PO. Next one, without any reference. Without any reference. Okay. So generally, whenever you wanted to create a purchase order, you can go with different reference documents. You can create a PO with a purchase requisition, with the quotation also possible. With other, I mean, if you have any existing PO, so whenever you are having some sort of a call with a business, you are in a call. So they are going to ask you to create one similar PO. Then immediately you have to extract the data and immediately you have to start creation. So don't take much time. Okay, how to do it in a shortcut. So immediately you just take a existing PO and you can give existing PO in this particular screen. Immediately that entire data will be captured. Immediately you can save the PO so that they can process. So if you are going to create a manual so it will be taking a lot of time. Why? Because you do not have a such. I mean, you have to identify vendor, material, purchase organization, company code, plant, purchase group. So many parameters you have to identify and you have to give it. But if in case if you have any similar PO, existing PO, you can go into table and extract that. So that you will get a lot of POs, so you can create. So that would be the better way. Okay. Yeah, right down. Now we'll go with PO with reference to quotation. Okay, already we have accepted one quotation now. Subheading PO with reference to RFQ. PO with reference to RFQ. Execute ME21N. Execute ME21N. Subheading header data. Subheading header data. Write down document. So you see, this is when you execute ME21, the screen will come into like this. Suppose sometimes you will be able to see this kind of screen. So immediately you see this is a header. You have to expand it. This is item overview. We have to expand. This is the line item data. Item data, item overview, header data. Okay, now write down. This is the document type NB. Okay, document type. Our document type is I think ZZNB. No, yeah, YYNB. BSRPO industry. Write down. Document type YYNB. Okay. Next, write down. In item overview. In item overview, comma in line item row, comma in line item row. So you can see these arrows are used for just going forward. Okay, this is for backward. Okay, just scroll right side, write down in item overview, comma in line item row, enter RFQ number and its item number. Enter RFQ number and its item number. So see here, this is if you have any purchase requisition, you can give here. If you have any contract, you can give here. If you have RFQ, you can give here. If you have a PO, you can give here. So these many options are available. Okay. Next, click enter. I don't click enter. Write down. Then it will copy. Next line. Then it will copy. Then it will copy RFQ data to RFQ data to PO data. RFQ data to PO data, and still editable here, and still editable here. Okay, you can see entire information has been captured. Okay, 100 quantity, 100 price. Okay, material number, vendor, entire information. Not this particular information copied. This not like that. So, entire information has been copied now. Subheading. Delivery / invoice tab. Delivery / invoice tab. Better. Here payment terms, comma. Here payment terms, comma. Incoterms, comma, currency. Payment terms, comma. Incoterms, comma, currency. Copied from RFQ. Copied from RFQ, comma. If no RFQ, then it copies from vendor master. Then it copies from vendor master, and still editable. And still editable. Okay, if you are creating manually the purchase order without any reference, if you enter vendor payment terms, comma, currency, comma, Incoterms, will copy from vendor master. So the interview question: which currency will come into picture for a PO? Plant currency, or company code currency, or vendor currency? You have to tell purchase order currency is always a vendor currency. Okay, vendor currency is different from company code currency. Company is established in India. If you are procuring from American US vendor, then currency will be USD. Okay, vendor currency only will pick into the purchase order. Okay, that is important question in interview. Which currency will pick? Vendor currency. Okay. Next, write down exchange rate. Exchange rate. It is a currency conversion. It is a currency conversion between order currency, and company code currency, comma, which will copy from OB08 T code, OB08 T code, OB08 T code with exchange rate type, M, with exchange rate type is M. So see here, this is OB08 screen. This is a pure FI activity. You will never come across this setting and all. But you just remember, if anyone asks, I don't know. You tell. This is FI part. I'm MM consultant. I do not have much knowledge on this exchange rates and all. But internally, you should know. This is for your information. You just remember OB08 is a T code where currency conversion, that exchange rate will come from that OB08. Generally, M is the standard exchange rate type. So for every day, we are going to have this exchange rate in real time. Why? Because every day dollar value is getting changed, due to which they are going to maintain in this particular T code. Okay. Next, yeah, you can see if you select this indicator now, then exchange rate will be fixed. Okay, this one exchange rate, then it will become fixed if you make it. Okay, no need to do it. And write down one more. Next one, GR message. GR message. Write down. If you select this indicator, comma, whenever GR enters, for a PO item, whenever GR enters for a PO item, comma, system will generate a message to buyer inbox. Our session will end up buyer inbox, that is SBWP T code, SBWP T code about entered GR document. So GR message means you have ordered 100 quantity. So as a plant, the business has received the material from vendor. Okay. So then, whenever GR has been entered for a particular PO, if you have this indicator, then the who created this, write down. Info update, you can write down. Info update. You can select option A. Info update. Select option A. If you select option A here, If you select option A here, info record data will be updated with info record data will be updated with this quotation data, comma. If there is no info record, if there is no info record, then it will create new info record. Then it will create a new info record with this quotation data, with this quotation data. So this is very important field. You can keep star info update. Okay. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Next line. Similarly, maintain other vendor quotation price also. Similarly, maintain other vendor quotation price. Now you can see earlier 5,000 quotation, now 5,001. Earlier I maintained 100 rupees, now you have to maintain a different price. Then only our SAP system will compare the quotation and it will pick up the best quotation. Okay, so earlier I was taken 100, now it is 110 rupees. Okay, again you go into item details and let us observe everything is okay. Okay, if you can take option A here. Okay, next save. Okay, similar manner you have to maintain it for 2. Next price or comparison of quotations. Price or comparison of quotations. So whenever you wanted to purchase a laptop, you are going to identify your sources. You are going to check. Suppose in the Flipkart it is 49,000, in Amazon 50,000. If you go for some direct offline store, physically you went through and you have taken a quotation there, it is 54,000. So out of which you are finally going to say, based on the price, cost effective, you are going to choose a Flipkart. Right now, whoever the business user is creating RFQ and he received vendor price and all, but with his own idea, he can't go for a direct PO for a particular vendor. System has to decide. Okay, system has already put a RFQ concept. That system will itself, it will decide which vendor is the best vendor for us, which is not suited. Okay, right on. Execute ME49. Execute ME49. Yeah, now you can give here purchase organization. Write down. So I will give collective RFQ number is 100. Okay, write down purchase organization. My purchase organization B100. Next, so I want write down here. You can write down. You see percentage basis blank. ఇది ఇలానే ఉంచండి, ఏం చేంజ్ చేయకండి ఇక్కడ ఏది కూడా. ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసి ఈ రెండు సెలెక్ట్ చేయండి. ఇంక్లూడ్ డిస్కౌంట్స్, ఇంక్లూడ్ డెలివరీ కాస్ట్. అంటే అన్ని ఇంకా మన ఫైనల్ గా మనకి ఇప్పుడు టేక్ హోమ్ శాలరీ ఎలా అయితే ఎంత అంటామో అలానే ఇక్కడ కూడా ఫైనల్ గా మనకు ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్ రిసీవ్ అవుతుంది అంటే ఫైనల్ ప్రైస్ ఎంత అంటే దాంట్లో డిస్కౌంట్స్ డెలివరీ కాస్ట్ అన్ని ఇంక్లూడ్ అవ్వాలి. ఓకే, సో put a tick mark for include discounts and delivery costs. Next, click on execute button. Click on execute button. Now you see. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Now we are able to see the price comparison where you can see here rank. Rank is 1 for this vendor. Rank is 2 for this 1000101 vendor. Automatically it was calculated. So you can see price comparison. So I have 100 quantity. Okay, this vendor is supplying at 90 rupees. This vendor is supplying at 100 rupees. So automatically it will become sorry, it is 110. So total 11,000 rupees for we have to pay for this vendor. For this vendor only we have to pay 9,000. So that system automatically whatever number of RFQs you have, you are going to have a 10 or a 20 RFQs also. Finally it is going to give the based on the price, it will identify it will give the rank 1 to the best vendors. Okay, write down here. It is showing here, it is showing item wise ranks and item wise ranks and percentage. Item wise ranks and percentage. Okay, you can write down. We can give purchase orders. We can give purchase orders for rank 1 vendors. We can give purchase order for rank 1 vendors and a rejection letter to other vendors. Next line. Select lowest quotation price of an item. Select lowest quotation price of an item. And click on save button. Click on save button. Click on save button. Then it will save. Then it will save. Then it will save quotation price. Quotation price as market price. Quotation price as market price. Okay, so you just save it. Next subheading, prepare rejection letters to highest highest quotation, highest quotation price vendors. Right on. Execute ME47. Execute ME47. Next line. Enter RFQ number. Enter RFQ number. That means whatever the quotation we wanted to reject, okay, we have to select that quotation number. Next, in line item row, in line item row, line item row, click on rejection indicator. In line item row, click on rejection indicator checkbox. Click on rejection indicator checkbox. Full stop. Next line. Menu bar, arrow, header, menu bar, arrow, header, arrow, messages. Next, write down 2 columns. First column output type. First column output type. Second column medium. Second column medium. Write down output type. This is the standard output type for rejection. Okay, ABSA. We have to remember this output type. Next, medium print output. Medium print output. Next, select output type ABSA. Select output type ABSA and click on communication method. Click on communication method. And specify logical destination and specify logical destination. Okay, same. I'm selecting the same. Next. Okay. Next, click on save button. Click on save button. Subheading: print or transmit. Print or transmit rejection letter to vendor. Rejection letter to vendor. Yeah. Execute. Next line. Execute ME9A. Execute ME9A. Okay. Write down document number. Write down document number. Right. Enter rejected RFQ. Enter rejected RFQ number. Next, application EA. Application EA. Next, message type. You can give ABSA. Application type ABSA. Next line. Click on execute button. Click on execute button. Next line. Select our RFQ. Select our RFQ and click on output message. Select RFQ and click on output message. Now you can see it was not there. Huh? So now perfect. Next line. No? Select our RFQ. Select our RFQ and click on display message. Click on display message. And observe print preview. And observe print preview. Okay, so in this way, we have to create RFQ, we have to send, and we have to maintain. We have to send, maintain rejection indicator, and then we have to send the rejected quotation to vendor. Okay, finally, we have to do all these parameters. So you have to remember ME41 for creation. Write down T codes. T codes. ME41. ME41 create. ME42 change. ME43 display. ME47 maintain quotation. Maintain quotation slash reject quotation. The same transaction, both activities are going to be happen. Next, ME49 price comparison. ME49 price comparison. Next, ME98 print RFQ. ME9A print RFQ. Next line, RFQ header data table. RFQ header data table. EKKO. EKKO. RFQ item table. RFQ item table. EKPO. EKPO. Subheading. So you try to create 3 RFQs with the 3 different prices, 90, 100, 100. Okay, for 100 quantity, same quantity you have to specify. Quantity will be same, price will be different. Okay. So you just do the scenario and let me know any issues or errors. Okay. Subheading purchase order. Purchase order. Subheading again IMG settings. IMG settings. SPRO. MM. Purchasing. Purchase order. SPRO. MM. Purchasing. Purchase order. సో ఇంతకుముందు ఏంటంటే ఎస్పిఆర్ఓ ఎంఎం పర్చేజ్ రిక్విజిషన్ ఒకసారి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ సెట్టింగ్స్ చేసాం. అలానే ఆర్ఎఫ్క్యూ కొటేషన్కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ సెట్టింగ్స్ చేసాం. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ సేమ్ సెట్టింగ్స్, ఎక్కడ చేంజ్ లేదు, యాజ్ ఈజ్ రిటర్న్. ఎస్పిఆర్ఓ ఎంఎం పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్ నెంబర్ 1. డిఫైన్ నెంబర్ రేంజెస్. మన రియల్ టైంలో ఏ కాన్ఫిగరేషన్స్ చేయము, ఓన్లీ ఆ పర్చేజ్ ఆర్డర్లో యూజర్ క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఇష్యూ వస్తే ఆ ఇష్యూని మనం రిజాల్వ్ చేస్తాం. వాళ్ళు ఏదైనా ఇన్వాయిస్ చేశారు, ఆ ఇన్వాయిస్లో ఇష్యూస్ ఉంటే చేస్తాం. ఈ కాన్ఫిగరేషన్ ఎప్పుడు చేస్తామంటే మనకి ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ ప్రాజెక్టర్స్ అయినప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఈ నోట్స్ని ఫాలో అవ్వాలి ఇంకా కాన్ఫిగరేషన్కి. నెంబర్ 1 డిఫైన్ నెంబర్ రేంజెస్. Define number ranges. Next, click on change intervals. Click on change intervals. Okay. So we already created S6 which we are using for quotation. Now we will go with S7. Okay. So suppose whenever you want to copy some information on this kind of a selection screen, you want it to copy. So generally you are going to use your cursor like this. Only you can copy one value. You cannot copy all values. Then what you need to do, use Control Y. So if you use Control Y, then you will be able to see this option, this plus symbol. Then immediately you can take a copy. Okay. Next, click on insert line. Click on insert line. Click on insert line. Write down 3 columns. Number range. From number to number. Number range from number to number. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Next, back to IMG. Number 2. Define screen layout. At the document level. Define screen layout at the document level. Execute. Right down. Here for PO, standard field selection is NBF. Standard field selection is NBF. This is the interview question. Okay, recent interview question. Next line. Select NBF. Select NBF and click on copy as button. Select copy as button. Write down field selection key. So I have taken name as ZZNBF. Okay, I just already there is a ZNBF. So I taken ZZNBF. Okay. Give description. PO industry. Some text you can give. Your own field selection key and your own description. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next, select our new field selection. Select our new field selection and click on details button and click on details button, arrow mark. Select any one field selection group. Select any one field selection group. Say basic data comma item. Say basic data comma item and observe which fields are optional and observe which fields are optional / display / required. Every time when we are defining a field selection key, we are not updating any parameter. It is not required for now, but in real time business will tell us this field was not coming into picture, can you please switch on that field. We don't want to see this field, one more requirement. So as of now we are using this field, but now onwards we don't want to use this field. So can you please suppress this field. Can you please remove this field from the particular tab? Then immediately you have to come into this field selection and then you have to make it as a suppress, or you can make it as a display, so that they cannot enter the field. It will be fine. Okay. Next, back to main screen and click on save button. Back to main screen and click on save button. Next, back to IMG. Number 3, define document type. So write down in standard SAP, predefined document types are predefined Document types are NB, comma NB, comma UB, NB, comma UB, comma FO. Okay, now these are the standard. So you will have a question on FO, means framework orders. I will explain you that process, no issues. You can see what are the existing one. ZNB is there, YNB is there. I think ZZNB also there. What we can create YYNB. Okay, fine. Yeah, right down. Select document type ENB. Select document type ENB and click on copy as button and click on copy as button. Write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns you can write down. 6 columns. 6 columns. First column, document type. First column, document type. Second column, description, YYNB, PSR, PO industry. Next, third column, item interval, which is 10. Okay. But when you are testing now, you try to give 5 and let us try. Okay. Then you will get to understand. That is what the way we have to do practice. Okay. If you are following as is fine. But a few parameters you just update and let's try. Next, number range internal. So S7 I created. Number range internal. So next field, let's say number range internal. Next, number range external. Keep blank. Number range external blank. Field selection ZZNBF. Field selection ZZNBF means in the previous step we created a new number range and a new field selection. Okay, that you have to assign. Next line, click enter, arrow mark, click on copy all, arrow, click enter. Right out. Select our document type YYNB. Select our document type YYNB and click on allowed item categories. So whenever you wanted to create a PO for YYNB, so what are the item categories you required? Okay. So these many item categories are possible. If you want to remove anything, you can remove it, no issues. So the thing is allowed item categories means with that document type of what kind of procurements we can do. Okay, now next, select standard item category. Select standard item category and click on link PR document type. Link PR document type. So here we can specify PR document type and its item category. Okay. So now we have created our document type. Yeah, ZNB1. Already we already copied now, so we already it is available. If you want to add any parameter, you can add by a new entry. So, but what you do, you just to go into item categories, and this is enough. Okay. Next, click on save button. Click on save button and back to IMG. Click on save button and back to IMG. Number 4. Set tolerance limits. Set tolerance limits for price variance. Set tolerance limits for price variance. Execute. 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 Next time. Go to position. Go to position. And enter our company code. And enter our company code. Select tolerance key PE. Select tolerance key PE. Okay, this one is PE. This is our company code. Okay. Select tolerance key PE. Line. And click on details button. And click on details button. Write down tolerance key PE. Tolerance key PE. Write down price variance between PO price and PO price and material master price. Company code. So our session will end. So I think I will stop the session for today. Maybe tomorrow. Next one, back to IMG. So after this document type creation, so you see here allowed item categories. So these are the item categories which are already when we are copying document type. So everything will be copied to new document type where we need to update two important parameters. One is the number range and one more is the field selection. So ZYN is the one field selection and as well as number range is S6. So I have assigned it to my new document of ZZAN. So after that, if you select this one, go into item category and let us observe what are the existing item categories. And in the similar manner, select any one item category and see link to PR document type. Okay, so when you are copying now, so everything gets copied, so no need to bother about that. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number 4. Back to IMG. Number 4. Maintain quotation comments. Maintain quotation comments. Execute. You can write down 2 columns. Quotation comment. Second column, description. Or internal comment. Description or internal comment. Yeah, you can write down this one, AB1 and AB2. This one is for rejection for price. Rejection for quality reasons. Next one. So generally, we are going to identify the vendors and we are sending the quotations to them. So after all, we are going to select only one vendor. So remaining vendors we are going to reject. So we have to give some sort of reason, rejection reason. So we are going to call it as a rejection comment. You can write down those two. If you want to create now, you can go into new entries and you can create. This is the common practice. Next, save and back to IMG. Save and back to IMG. Subheading, create RFQ. Create RFQ. Write down path logistics. MM. Logistics. MM. Purchasing. RFQ slash quotation. RFQ slash quotation. Next RFQ. RFQ. Next MU41. Create. MU41. Create. Next line you can write down note. RFQ can create. RFQ can create with respect to PR. RFQ can create with respect to PR, comma, with respect to outline agreement. RFQ can create with reference to PR, comma, with reference to outline agreement, comma, with reference to existing RFQ, with reference to existing RFQ, and without any reference, and without any reference. So RFQ means request for quotation. The T code is ME41. So whenever you wanted to create a RFQ, so we can have the without reference also we can create, means we can give all parameters manually. Yesterday, however, we created a purchase requisition by entering the material, quantity, purchase organization, document type, so on parameters we have given manually. So here in the similar manner, RFQ. So now onwards, PR only internal document. So whenever you are talking about a quotation and all, so it would be a legal document. Why? Because we are sending it to the vendor. Okay. So whenever you wanted to create a RFQ, we can create with reference and without reference. In the with reference, you can use the purchase requisition, you can use existing RFQ, and you can use outline agreement. So these are the three parameters we have. Other than that, without any reference also we can create. So now we'll go with the reference to requisition. Yesterday already we created. Right on. Execute ME41. Execute ME41. Yeah, write down RFQ type means document type. RFQ type ZZAN. RFQ date 1/8/2021. RFQ date means current date. Next line, quotation deadline. Quotation deadline. You can give some other date. Means we are creating a request for quotation today. So what is the deadline? Okay, means finally we need to maintain a quotation. Huh? So that is what the quotation deadline. What is the last date for bid? Okay. Next, purchasing organization. Purchasing group. Purchasing organization. Purchasing group. Click on. Next line. Click on reference to PR. Click on reference to PR. So write down PR. So you have to enter your purchase requisition number, okay, and item. So item number means first column item interval is there now. Whenever you have some 3 or 4 line items in a PR, if you wanted to create a RFQ for a particular line item, then you have to enter that 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. Each line represents one item. That item number is 10. The difference you have to take 10. Next, click on continue. Click on continue. Click on continue. Yeah. Subheading header data. You see header data. Write down collective number. Collective number. This is interview question. Collective number. Write down. It is an identification number. It is an identification number for which an invitation of bids, BIDS, bids. It is an identification number for which an invitation of bids. So like suppose you see you are going to see, I mean outside, I mean lot of contracts are going to happen for which everyone is going for a bid and all. So for that particular contract, there is some sort of a reference. Okay, suppose now I wanted to procure some 100 quantity of one particular material. So for which I have to identify the vendor and I wanted to create the RFQ, means quotation. So for which I'm for today for this particular thing I am going to maintain one collective number. So my collective number is 100 right now. For this number, how many quotations are there? So easily I can identify. This is only for information purpose. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next, select line item. Select PR. You can write down select PR line item row. Select PR line item row and click on adapt plus details button and click on adapt plus details button. Next line. Here PR item details. Here PR item details copied to RFQ, copied to RFQ item. So here we are creating this request for quotation with reference to purchase requisition. So that what is happening, that purchase requisition entire information is copied to RFQ quotation. So here if you want to do any changes you can do. Okay, but the thing is reference data is copied. If you want to update any one of the parameters, you can update. Now you can see here, if I click enter, it will give the error. Now why? Because you see RFQ quantity, that is fine. Forget about the quantity, reminders, tracking, on all are fine. But quotation deadline date is August 5th. Quotation deadline. But delivery date is August 4th. How is it possible? Quotation is not at, finalized. How they will deliver? Once quotation is finalized, then we have to create a order. Then we will receive. Now we will see. Yeah. Please enter delivery date later than deadline for submission of bids. Okay. Quotation is itself, it is not finalized. Quotation will be finalized on August 5th. Before that, how we will receive the material? So that is what. So now you have to update this one to some, I will give some 7. Okay. Write down quotation deadline here. Write down here. Specify delivery date. Here specify delivery date. Later. Here specify delivery date later than quotation deadline date. Quotation deadline date. Next, click enter. Click enter. Yeah, now you can see item overview. Okay. Now your material came into picture, your quantity, your delivery date, your material group, plans, everything has been copied. Now we have to go. Right on. Go to menu bar. Go to menu bar. Arrow mark. Header. Go to menu bar. Arrow. Header. Arrow. Messages. Sorry. One second. One second. Just a minute. I will take the vendor. Yeah, what you can do, just a second, it is asking for address. No? Okay, no issues. Yeah. Go to menu bar, header, arrow mark, messages. Yeah, you can write down 2 columns. Output type, output type. Second column, medium. Output type, medium. Yeah, write down NEU, NEU. So which is the standard output type in SAP MM for all external purchasing document types, NEU. Next here you can select print output. Next click enter. Okay, click enter. Next line. Select output type. Select output type and click on communication method. Click on communication method. Write down logical destination. Logical destination. Logical destination. So if you go into drop down for logical destination, okay, so you are able to see 5,000 of entries. So out of which you can select anything for our testing purpose. Okay, in the real time, the particular business user who is trying to create this RFQ, they are going to select a proper logical destination. Okay, whenever you are doing testing in any lower environments in real time, okay, if the user is facing while creating RFQ, so they will tell us they will create a ticket and the ticket will be assigned to you. And if you are working on it, whenever you are going to create RFQ, when you come across this logical destination, you have to specify some value. So any existing logical destination or output device you can specify. Whenever you are doing either now practice when you are doing, or else when you are originally replicating this scenario in a live system. Okay, this logical destination in the sense. So now we have selected a print copy. Now I'll tell you here. Just next, write down back to main screen. Back to main screen. So here, this is the output determination. You can see heading as a output. So this output means output determination in the sense, whenever you are creating a quotation, we have to send it to the vendor. We have to transmit the RFQ copy to vendor. Then only he will come into, he will send us, this is the material, this is the price, and he is going to confirm and he is going to send us a sort of copy. So here that output determination, how we are going to transmit a RFQ to vendor is a question. We creating RFQ, we are creating PO. It is okay, fine. But how that RFQ will send to the vendor? So 100% we need some sort of a transmission medium. So that is the transmission medium is here. We are calling as a output determination. So in this RFQ, so from RFQ onwards, every document is a external purchasing document, which is nothing but a legal document. Why? Because we are going to deal with some external vendors. Okay, that is the reason why here we have to specify some output type and specify some medium. Now here I specified a medium of a print output. So whenever I'm going to select this print output, we have to select this system. Suppose you guys already know we are working in some company. So for our laptop also, when you are in originally in office, you are sitting at your place. We do have some, the printer setup will be available in some particular administration or somewhere. So whenever you need some print copy for your some resume or your document, if you need it, you are going to give print from your laptop. So the printer connection is needed. Okay, that setup will be done by administration team, IT team. They are going to do so that whenever you are going to print from your system, so it will be get printed on some particular printer. Likewise, here also in the RFQ, we need to maintain that logical destination. So whenever we save this one, whenever we print this copy, I mean from our system, means from business user system, it will send a, I mean it will give you the print copy at the vendor location, vendor printer setup. So that is what the output determination and the print output. Not only print output, we can go with the fax. Okay, we can go with some external send a physical copy. We can go with EDA, so this is a different setup. Or else we can copy, I mean send a simple mail copy. Likewise, we can specify. So whenever you are specifying something here, you need to define what is the logical destination, which is the, I mean output system they are going to receive the print copy. Okay. Next, back to item overview screen. You came into header data now. So you see this is the first symbol overview. So this is item overview screen. So whenever you are going for this output type setup, when you are trying to create RFQ, if in case earlier I got error like please maintain vendor address. Okay, if you get that error, what you have to do, you have to maintain vendor address. Write down in item overview screen. In item overview screen, in item overview screen, click on vendor address button. Click on vendor address button. Right down. Enter vendor number here. Enter vendor number here. Arrow mark. Click enter. Arrow mark. Click enter. Okay. So this is the way you have to create. Next, back to item overview. Back to item overview. Next, click on save button. Click on save button. Click on save button. You see, yesterday we have taken number range 5000. Okay, now it is created with the same number range. Okay, next, create one more RFQ. Create one more RFQ. Create one more RFQ with a different vendor. Okay, with a different vendor. So earlier I used this vendor. Now I have to create a new one. So now you can see I will create manually. Okay, ME41. You can see how I am going to create. So RFQ type is ZZAN. Request for quotation date is current date. Quotation deadline. So you can give here. Okay, just I'm going with the same. Some 6 is the date. Next, my purchase organization, my purchase group, and my plant. You can directly give here B100. My storage location RM01. Okay. So once you specify all these values, you have to click enter. Immediately collective number, I will go with the same collective number. Okay. Next, you came into item overview. Now you have to take your material. Okay. This is the material. Next one, what is the quantity? 100. Okay. I have to specify delivery date. So 08 08/2021. Next, you have to click enter. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Now, again, how we went the header messages. So immediately you see, please first maintain vendor's address. Okay. Yeah, you have to maintain the vendor address. So immediately you just click enter, and this will get editable. Go into vendor address, maintain the vendor. Okay. Now here header messages, output type, print output, communication method. You select some logical device, back to main screen, again back. Here click on item overview. Now you see everything is perfect. Okay. Now you save it. Now one more RFQ has been created. Okay. Why? Because whenever you wanted to compare, we need minimum two quotations. Na? So that is the reason why whenever you are doing in your system, now you create three RFQs with the three different vendors. Same material, same quantity, 100 you take three different vendors and create. And we have to do the comparison. Okay. This is the way you have to create manually. Next, write down print or subheading. Print or transmit RFQ to vendor. సార్ ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుందా వాయిస్ ఏమన్నా డిస్టర్బెన్స్ ఉందా?
ఓకే సార్.
ఓకే ఓకే నేను ఇప్పుడే చూసాను ఆ మెసేజ్, చూడలే ఇందాక. సబ్ హెడ్డింగ్ ప్రింట్ ఆర్ ట్రాన్స్మిట్ RFQ to vendor. Execute ME9A. Execute ME9A. Write down document number. Document number. You can give this number to this number. Means I have created two documents. Okay. And one more selection also I will show you here. So whenever you came into this sort of a screen, whenever you are able to see these arrow marks, means you just move your cursor and keep here. You are able to see multiple selection. If in case if you have only one number, you can go with here. If you have a more than one number, you wanted to process, you go here, okay, and keep, you just copy from your Excel sheet and you just click on this clipboard. Or else if you have two values, directly you can keep like this. Okay, that is what a multiple selection is possible. Okay. Yeah. Next one, you can select this document type. Okay. Other than that, nothing is needed from here. The purchase document data, you give your RFQ number only. Okay, you have it out. Why you have this B100? It's not an issue. I will remove it. Simply it's a blank, only RFQ number. Coming to message data, write down application. These are the standard application. Yeah, RFEA. Write down application EA, and everything is blank. Okay, in this particular screen, okay, ME9A screen, whenever you are executing in your system, few parameters will come default, but only you maintain only two values. In the entire selection screen, maintain RFQ number and application. Next, click on execute button. Click on execute button. You can see already this has been outputted. If in case in your system, if you don't see this green tick mark, write down select our RFQs, select our RFQs and click on and click on and click on output message. Click on output a message. Then what will happen? You will get a tick marks. If in case if you directly see in your system tick marks, okay, no issues. Then what you have to do, right on again select RFQs. Again select RFQs and click on display message and click on display message and observe print preview of RFQ. You can see this is the print preview. So vendor will receive that LS. We have specified some logical destination, some device now. In that particular printer, he is going to receive this print copy. Whenever we execute, when the particular user created RFQ, and when he execute ME9A, immediately it will, send the RFQ document to vendor. That particular whatever the printer setup. So NS42 is I was selected. So in their printer, that is NS42, it will get print. This is the print they will receive. Okay, this is what the output determination, and as well sending the RFQ to vendor. This is very, very important. You will get come across a lot of transactions. You have to remember the recent interview question. Day before yesterday interview question was, will you maintain a vendor in RFQ or not? Okay, whenever you are creating RFQ, will you maintain vendor or not? Okay, already we have specified whenever you wanted to maintain output determination information, we have to specify the vendor address. We have to give some address. Okay. Next. So here my two RFQs has been found. Subheading: maintain quotations. Maintain quotations. Execute ME47. Execute ME47. Yeah, write down RFQ. So this is RFQ number, my first RFQ number. Next, click enter. Click enter. Write down in line item. In line item, enter item price. In line item, enter item price as per vendor quotation. ఓకే, మనం ఏం చేస్తాం అంటే మనం ఒక కొటేషన్ RFQ అంటే మనం కొటేషన్ మాకు కావాలి అని వెండర్కి పంపించాం. అది ఈ మెటీరియల్ కావాలి సో అండ్ సో క్వాంటిటీ. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు, వెండర్ తన కొటేషన్ పంపించేస్తాడు ఆ మెటీరియల్కి ఎంత ప్రైస్ అవుతుంది ఏంటి అని. సో ఆ తర్వాత ఆ కొటేషన్ మన SAP సిస్టంలో యూజర్ ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఆ పర్టికులర్ వెండర్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఎంత ప్రైస్ వచ్చింది అనేది మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాడు. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ ఎంటర్. Click enter. Next, write down select line item. Select line item and click on item details. Select line item and click on item details. Arrow mark. Here reminders comma. Here reminders comma purchasing data. Reminders comma purchasing data can be copied from info record info record. Our session will end up info record, comma. If no info record, it will copy from material master. And still editable. And still you can write down. This is the last GR. This is the last date. This is the last date. Accept goods from vendor. This is the last date to accept goods from vendors. Last date to accept goods from vendors. And if we enter GR, after this date, system will give warning or error message. In GR. Next one, delivery completed. Next field. If GR enters for PO item, full quantity, then this indicator will select automatically. By system. Simply you have ordered 100 quantity, and if you receive 100, so when we enter good receipt, so automatically this delivery completed. So this indicates delivery is completed for that PO. So it will be get updated automatically. Okay. Next, invoice tab. Write down this field, invoice receipt. If we select this indicator, then invoice is required for PO item. Then invoice is required for PO item. And if IR is not entered, and IR is not entered, then system will display this PO item, then system will display this PO item is pending for invoice receipt, is pending for invoice receipt. Then this PO item is pending for invoice receipt. Okay. So generally, if you select this indicator now, so we have to do the invoice. If in case if you know invoice happened for this PO, then this PO will be come in open PO report. Okay, in generally, we do have a lot of reports in SAP. So the business users, they are going to extract all open POs and all. So whenever invoice is not done or a good receipt is not done, if both are not done, we are going to call the PO as an open PO. Only, I mean, PO will have an open quantity. Why? Because still we have not received, or if we received, still not invoiced. Okay. Next, you can write down a final invoice. Don't put a tick mark. Write down final invoice. If we select this indicator, system will treat last entered invoice. System will treat last entered invoice as final invoice for the PO item, and it will not expect further invoice, and it will not expect further invoice, though PO item is pending for invoice for partial quantity. Simply example, you have ordered 100 quantity. Okay, you received 100 quantity, but you did invoice for only 80 quantity. Okay, so remaining 20 quantity is pending for invoice. If in case you don't want to, expect any invoice for the 20 quantity, then you have to select this final invoice indicator. So that what will happen, system will treat the last entered invoice of 80 quantity will be a final invoice, and it will not expect any invoices in future. That is what the importance of this indicator. Okay. Next one, GR based IV. GR based IV. This is very important interview question. What will happen if we select GR based IV, and if we not selected, what will happen? That is what the question. If we select this indicator, vendor invoice quantity, if we select this indicator, vendor invoice quantity will verify with the GR quantity, we'll verify with GR quantity, and if invoice quantity and if invoice quantity greater than GR quantity, greater than GR quantity, then system will give error in IR. Then system will give error in IR. Okay. Next, tax code. Tax code. This will be copied from. This will be copied from info record. This will be copied from info record. Or from condition record. Or from condition record in bracket FV11. This is the T code FV11. Next, conditions tab. Conditions tab. Here condition type amounts. Here condition type amount can copy from quotation. Can copy from quotation, comma. If no quotation, copies from info record. Copies from info record or condition record in bracket MEK1. MEK1. Condition record MEK1 and still editable here. So there is a pricing procedure. So there you will exactly understand what are the different conditions we have and which conditions are needed and which are not needed. How those conditions are coming into PO. So there is a sort of a procedure. So after this PO, so I'll be explaining you the pricing procedure. Then you will get a clear picture. What exactly happening in PO. Okay. Next. The same information title text tab. Here text can be copied from here. Text can be copied from RFQ, RPO, sorry, RFQ, RPR, RFQ, RPR, or info record, or from material master, as per item text copy rules. As per item text copy rules. Full stop. If text is not copied, from reference. If text is not copied from reference, then enter manually here. Okay. So as is, however, header text. So likewise here item text. Delivery address tab. Delivery address tab. Here delivery address will be here. Delivery address will be storage location address. Storage location address in bracket first priority or plant address or plant address second priority. Plant address second priority. Okay, and we can still edit. Okay, so don't write that one. The delivery address will be always a storage location address. If there is no address for a storage location, obviously the address will be plant address. Next, confirmations tab. This is very important. So I'll explain you recent ticket also. Confirmations tab. Yeah. That one. Acknowledgement required. Acknowledgement required. If you select this indicator, in PO printout, it will print if you select this indicator in PO printout, it will print we require an order acknowledgement. We require an order acknowledgement for PO item. For PO item. So when you select this indicator now, so I'll show you the difference. If you select, what will happen if not? So I'll show you in the print preview. Let's see, just a second. No messages. Okay, I'll tell you. Write down confirmation control. Confirmation control. It specifies how to enter external vendor confirmation, about shipment in our system, that is order acknowledgement or inbound delivery order acknowledgement or inbound delivery, etc. Simply, this confirmation control is like it's a kind of a status. It's kind of an alert. Like when you place an order in a Flipkart or Amazon, you are going to receive the updates. Like you are when you go into order, my orders, you are going to see the status like your order has been placed, your order is processing, seller is processing your order. After that, your item has been shipped, your item has been picked up by the courier. So lot of different statuses we are going to see. Likewise, when you need some sort of a confirmation from the vendor regarding your purchase order, then he will send the notifications. Okay, you ordered 100 quantity. When you send this purchase order to vendor, immediately, if you select some sort of a confirmation here, he will send a sort of a update to you. Like, we have received your order of 100 quantity. We are confirming the 100 quantity. Likewise, so sometimes we received your order with 100 quantity, but we can only deliver 80 quantity. That's that sort of information. And as well as your item has been shipped. Likewise, that sort of information will be received from the vendor when you specify confirmation control. But when you are doing practice confirmation control, if you specify now, you will not be able to create a good receipt. So we have to create an inbound delivery. So that is a different scenario. Right on. SPRO, MM, purchasing, confirmations. Already have explained you all this. Okay. Define external confirmation categories. SPRO, MM, purchasing, confirmations, define external confirmation categories. Define external confirmation categories. Execute. Execute. You can write a pointer. After receiving our PO, after receiving our PO, comma, immediately vendor can send confirmations about confirmations about shipment, confirmations about shipment in the form of in the form of the form of order acknowledgement or rough GR or shipping notification. Shipping notification. You can write down two columns. Confirmation category. Second column, description. Confirmation category. Second column, description. You can write down 01 GWLA. 01 GWLA. 01 is for order acknowledgement. Next, GW, rough GR. LA, shipping notification. In real time, we will use a standard confirmation control case. Sometimes only the business requests us to create a new controlling key. So just it's a key. We are going to specify some S1, S2, something like that, and we'll give description. That's it. Next, back to IMG. Define internal confirmation categories. Define internal confirmation categories. Execute so here we cannot create a new confirmation category which are the standard one. Okay, write down 3 columns. You can write down internal confirmation category, internal confirmation category. Second column, external confirmation category. Third column, delivery type. Third column, delivery type. You can write down order 1, order acknowledgement AB. Second column AB. You can write down like this. Number 2, shipping notification LAEL, delivery type. These are the standard parameters. Okay, we cannot change. We can edit it, but these are the standard, but nobody will touch these parameters. In real time also, you will never touch this config. Okay. Three, rough GR, GW, PG. Next, back to IMG. Setup confirmation control. Setup confirmation control. Setup confirmation control. Execute. Execute. So here in the standard SAP, we do have existing confirmation control keys. In real time, in general, we don't create any confirmation control key, especially if business requires, then only we are going to proceed for creation. Until unless we don't create, it's not required also. Okay, that is the reason we will go through existing one. Right on. Select 0001. Select 0001 and click on confirmation sequence and click on confirmation sequence. You can write down. So you can see order acknowledgement. So this is a one confirmation. So based on they're doing here, you see. So based on MRP relevant, not for GR relevant or GR assignment. So this is relevant for MRP. And if in case if it is a shipping notification, which is relevant for all kind of activities here. So you can write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 columns you can write down. 5 columns. First column, sequence. Second column, confirmation category. Third column, MRP relevant. Next column, GR relevant. Next column, GR assignment. You can write down AB 1, AB, put a tick mark here. Next 2, sequence is 2, LA, which is a shipping notification. So we select the 3, MRP, GR, and assignment. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Next time, back to PO screen. Back to PO screen. But one thing you just remember, don't select these parameters, any parameter, okay? If you select any one parameter, you will not be able to create a good receipt, okay? Next, click on messages button. Click on messages button and enter output type as output type as NEU, output type as NEU. Next line, click on communication method. Click on communication button and specify logical destination and specify logical destination. Okay, so in drop down, whatever the system is available, you can go, or LP01 also will be available, and specify logical destination as LP01, as LP01. Next, back. Next line, click on check button. Click on check button. So here you can see yellow flag. If you see, it's a warning, no issues. If you see red now, then you will have a error message. Okay, now no messages issued during check. Next line, click on save button. Click on save button. So in this way, you have to create a purchase order with reference. So you can go with reference and without reference. With PR, you can create one time. With quotation manually. Next time you take a reference PO and give the data. Now I will go here. See, print preview. సో ఇందాక మీకు ఒకటి చెప్పా కదా, ఆర్డర్ అక్నాలెడ్జ్మెంట్ టిక్కుంటే ఈ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ వి రిక్వైర్ అండ్ ఆర్డర్ అక్నాలెడ్జ్మెంట్ ఫర్ ద ఐటమ్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ లైన్ అనేది పిఓలో ప్రింట్ అవుతుంది. అలానే వెండర్ మెటీరియల్ నెంబర్ ఇందాక నేను స్పెసిఫై చేశాను. సో ఈ కాపీలో యువర్ మెటీరియల్ నెంబర్ అనమాట, అంటే ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ వెండర్ నెంబర్, మీ దగ్గర ఉన్న మెటీరియల్ నెంబర్ ఇది, మా దగ్గర ఉండే మెటీరియల్ నెంబర్ ఇది. సో సచ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ విల్ బి printed. Okay, so who is here? Contact person is purchase group. Okay, this is a vendor number. Delivery address means it's a storage location address. Okay, sort of information will be printed. Next, print or transmit PO to vendor. Print or transmit PO to vendor. Execute ME9F, ME9F. You can see here, you have to give only PO number. Okay, write down document number. Document number. Write down a box, and in the box write down enter PO number. Enter PO number. Next, application EF. Application EF. Only two parameters you just try to give. Whenever you are doing this printing, just to give document number and application. That is enough. Next, EF means a purchase order. Okay, that is the standard object. Click on execute. Click on execute. Next line. Select our PO line. Select our PO line and click on output message. Click on output message. Now you can see a green flag, so where you are able to see message has been outputted. Means this PO has been sent to vendor. Next, select our PO. Select our PO and click on display message. Click on display message and observe print preview. And observe print preview. Okay, so we have sent that purchase order to vendor. Now I have opened PO in display ME23N. If I go into messages, you see successfully processed. If it is not processed now, like it will be in yellow flag. It's a warning. Okay, in this way, a subheading release procedure. Release procedure. This is very important concept. Huh? Write down every purchasing document. Every purchasing document every purchasing document can be subjected to release strategy. Can be subjected to release strategy, that is approvals. That is approvals upon satisfying terms and conditions. Upon satisfying terms and conditions. So release procedure subheading, under that every purchasing document can be subjected to release strategy, that is approvals upon satisfying terms and conditions. So this is a very important concept in SAP MM. So if you put this particular point in our resume, it will give more weightage for as a SAP MM consultant. The first question they are going to ask, what do you mean by a release strategy? Why you are going to configure? What is the importance and what are the benefits business is going to get to have this procedure? So generally, release procedure means it's simply approval process. In normal way, we are going to call it as a approval. So simply something you are going to buy. If you let us take a simple example, I wanted to purchase a bike. So if in case initially what I need to do, I need to arrange money and I need to decide which bike I wanted to buy, and for which I need to check where it is going to be get and what are the showrooms are available nearby. and where I am going to get a low cost, and they are going to provide a more servicing or more like accessories and all. So we will check in that way. So before going to that, so we need to ask our parents who are they are the people that they are taking care of us. So we need to ask them. They need to approve. Okay, you can buy it. So some sort of approval is needed. Likewise, here also, every purchase order which is getting created. Why? Because in a day-to-day business transactions, not a single purchase order, not a two purchase order, hundreds of more than hundreds. Okay, in our business especially, we are able to see thousands of purchases, thousands of orders are created in everyday business transaction. Why? Because we do have around 170 plants, out of which 100 plus are manufacturing plants, and remaining 70 plants are logistical operational plants. So that too, it is our product is a popular product in our world number one, which is a roofing. So we do have 5 products where it is going to sell across the globe around 40 countries. So you can estimate how many orders will get created in a day. So number of purchase orders, lot of orders will be created. So, but every order will not convert it to goods receipt and will not convert it to invoice receipt and all. So 100% when some order has been created, in the sense it need to go for some approval, whether that order, whether that material or whatever they are going to procure, whether it is genuinely required, then only that particular order will get approved. Then it will be converted into goods receipt and then finally will be converted into invoice receipt. So release procedure is sort of a hot stop. Without suppose if you configure release strategy, if you don't approve the PO, you cannot go further any. You cannot go for good. You will not be able to receive your product. You will not be receive invoice, and you will not be able to do the payment. So it is like a hot stop. So every order once it is created, so I mean, the who are the superiors? I can call it as a senior manager or managers or plant controllers or CIO level. So they are going to review the order, whether that particular material is genuinely required or not. Okay, if it is genuinely required some particular production purpose or some particular consumption purpose, then they are going to approve that order. Once that order is approved, then it will be converted. Means that a particular order we will send it to the some external vendor. Immediately vendor will process the order. He will deliver the material to our plant location, and finally we are going to receive invoice and do the payment. So release procedure is nothing but it's approval process, which is a hard stop, I can say, in SAP. Why? Because without approving, once release procedure is activated, which is configured, so without approving the PO, we cannot go further. So it's sort of a hard stop. So there are two types of release strategies. One is with classification and one is without classification. Right on. Subheading types. Types. Release strategy can be classified into release strategy can be classified into two types. Release strategy can be classified into two types. First one, release procedure with classification. Release procedure with classification. Number two, release procedure without classification. With the classification and without classification. So in real time, for number one, the release procedure with classification, you just to keep it as a star. This is the interview question. What are the types of release strategy you have, with and without? Next question, what are the differences? Next question, which will be used in real time? 3 questions will be from this basic headings. Okay, subheading. Release procedure, left side with classification, right side without classification. You can write down the differences with classification, without classification. Left side you can write down. It is used for PR comma PR means purchase requisition. PR comma RFQ request for quotation. PR comma RFQ comma PO comma contract comma scheduling agreement. Scheduling agreement. Right side. Only for PR. Only for PR. So without the classification is only for purchase requisition. We cannot set it for all other external purchasing documents. Okay. Number 2, left side. PR can be released at PR can be released at item level or at a header level. Item level or at a header level. But all external purchasing documents, all external purchasing documents will be released only at a header level, not at a item level. So in this one interview question, where you will how do you configure the strategy for a PO? Where means the item level or header level. So generally for purchase order, release strategy can be configured at at a header level only, not at item level. Why? Because there is some sort of a structure will be used. That structure is relevant to header level. We cannot take item level fields into the header level structure, and we cannot be able to configure. That is the SAP standard itself. Okay. Right side you can write down. PR can be released. PR can be released only at item level. Number 3, left side. Communication structure for PR is you can write down CEBAN, CBAN. And for external purchasing document is CEKKO. CEKKO. And for service entry sheet is CESSR. So when we are going with the release procedure or with the classification, important parameter is communication structure. This is the one more interview question. What is the communication structure used for PR? We have to tell it's a CBAN. So you just remember EBAN, EBAN. EBAN is the table for purchase requisition. You just add a C, communication, C, you just add it. So CBAN. For purchase order, generally table is EKKO for header level. So you just add it to CEKKO. For service entry sheet, it is a CESSR. Right side, there is no communication structure. There is no communication structure. Okay. So these are the two different types of 1 second. Yeah, there are two types of release procedures. One is a class with a classification and without classification. Okay. So here with the classification means we are going for all kind of documents, either purchase requisition and all external purchasing documents. Whereas in without the classification, it is only for PR, that to at item level, there is no communication structure. So directly we will configure everything in a single place. Whereas coming to here, we have to use a communication structure. Okay. So here, let us go with the particular procedure. So here, whenever you are creating a purchase order, so we need to take a few characters, like on which I mean on which particular condition we are going to approve this one. So there are a few parameters we have to take into release strategy. So those we are going to call it as a character. Okay. So just a second. What are the values are available for subheading? Subheading. Release procedure for PO. Release procedure for PO. With classification. Release procedure for PO with the classification. You can write down 5 columns. 5 columns you can write down. First column, serial number. Serial number. Second column, character. 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 Next column, release strategy. Release strategy. Next column, release group. Last column, release codes. Release codes. Okay. Yeah, you can write down number 1. Serial number is 1. The character you can write down. There also you can write down 1. Total net order value. Total net order value in bracket 0 to 10,000. 0 to 10,000. In this next number 2, there you can write down 1 is total net order value. Number 2, document to type. Number 2, document to type. Number 3, purchase organization. Purchase org. You can write in a shortcut. In character column 1, 2, 3. Total net order value 0 to 10,000. Document to type. Purchase org. Okay. Next, release strategy column. Write down S1. S1. Next column, release group. In that release group column, you can write down 02. 02. Next column, release codes 10, 20, 30, 40. 10, 20, 30, 40. Can anyone understand this line? What exactly I represented? Any answers? I just represented in the first column character total value 0 to 10,000. Yeah, Praveen, tell me.
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah, so 0 to 10,000 is the total net order value of a purchase order, and we have given document type is a one condition and purchase organization also one character. So after that, strategy is S1. So group is 02. So group is a common unique value for entire purchase order release strategy. So in that strategy S1, release codes are 4 release codes are there 10, 20, 30, 40. Means whenever that particular PO is going to satisfy the conditions which are represented as a character, so whenever the purchase order value in between 0 to 10,000 rupees, then it will trigger a release strategy of S1 and it will be approved by 4 people. 10 is release code 10 means level 1, 20 is level 2, 30 is level 3 and 40 is level 4. So whenever all levels has been approved, then only it will be converted until unless it will be in a proper state. Okay. So likewise, we need to create different release strategies. In real time also, you will create many release strategies. It is very easy task, but if you miss something, it will be very tough task to identify why it is not great. Okay. Whenever you are doing a release strategy, you have to focus on nodes and the system itself. If you are doing some WhatsApp message and if you are practicing release strategy, you won't get anyway. If you try to do it for 1 month also, you will not be able to configure a release strategy. For me, I took 8 months of a time to configure entire release strategy for 170 plans. You can estimate how much how much complexity is there. It's a very important concept and a procedure for a real-time environment. So you just be focused while doing this concept. Don't get deviate. Okay. Number 2, you can write down. This is the first case. Okay. When the amount is up to 10,000, strategy will be S1. Okay. Next. Number 2 is in serial number. Number 2. In the character column, write down total net order value 10,000 to 1 lakh. Total net order value 10,000 to 1 lakh. 10,000 to 1 lakh. There also you can write on document type. Number 2 is document type. Number 3 is a purchase order. Again the same conditions, but the total value of the PO has been changed. Now it is 10,000 is a little bit of minimum value for them. Now 10,000 to 1 lakh rupees. So it has to approve a few more people. Means some sort of a controller, plant controller. He has to come into this picture and he has to review and finally he has to approve. Okay. So release strategy column, you can write down S2. Release strategy S2. Next release group 02. 02. Next release codes 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, only two strategies are enough for you. So if you want, you can create more strategies, no issue. So these are the two strategies we have to create for a purchase order now. So let us go with the configuration. Subheading IMG settings. IMG settings. Directly you can write down OLME. You already know purchasing. Okay. OLME arrow mark PO arrow mark OLME arrow mark PO arrow mark release procedure for PO release procedure for PO number 1. Now you can underline up to release procedure for PO, that is the SPRO path. That is the path where we are going to configure entire release strategy. Write down number 1. Edit characteristic. You can make it as a subheading. Okay, number 1 is edit characteristic. Okay, subheading write down transaction used is CT04 CT04 CT04. Next point, characteristics are not transportable from development to quality and production and subheading create characteristic for total net order value. This is very very important. Just to focus. Create characteristic for total net order value. Okay. So here one more point, you can write down note. Execute SE11. Execute SE11. Arrow mark. Enter CEKKO. Arrow mark. Click on display. Write down. Ensure Praveen.
Execute SE level arrow mark.
Arrow mark తర్వాత enter CEKKO, enter CEKKO, arrow mark, click on display, click on display, next write down a point, ensure every field, ensure every field or character, ensure every field or character should exist in this structure, should exist in this structure, then only then only then only we can create a character, then only we can create a character and set up a release strategy, set up a release strategy. So you can see this is the CEKKO structure. So I told you for a purchase order, communication structure will be used, which is CEKKO. So whatever here you can see 1/31 means 31 fields are there. So other than that you can't take any field. Only 31 fields which are here can be taken into release strategy setup. The business is going to request a 30-second field. That is what a business request. Okay, whatever the existing fields which are available in CEKKO will not come into picture for a few times. But 90% of the times the business will give you a character which is from this structure only. So it will be very easy. Whenever a few cases in current, I took 8 months of a time now where I configured around the 6 characters we have taken into the release strategy process, out of which 4 characters are from CEKKO, 2 characters which are not available in this structure. So for which we did development and all. So we did a few code changes. And we have like added that fields we have mapped from standard SAP to this structure and all. So there is a secondary, but you just remember the structure and these are the fields. Okay, yeah, write down next one. Now we have to create a characteristic for a total net order value. Write down. Execute CT04. Execute CT04. Write down characteristic PO underscore value. Characteristic PO underscore value. Next line. Click on create button. This one is create. Click on create button. Click on create button. Go to additional data tab. Go to additional data tab. Write down table name CEKKO, which is a structure. Okay. Table name CEKKO. Field name GNETW. GNETW. So this is the field for net order value. Next line. Click enter. Click enter. Go to basic data tab. Go to basic data tab. Description. Total net order value. Total net order value. So see here, everything will come from the structure itself. When you go into additional data tab, if you specify the table, which is a structure and a field name, this is the standard field name we have to remember. In interview also, they are going to ask, what is the field, what is the character field name you used for total net order value? We have to tell GNETW. We have to remember. This is the standard. I also used the same field. Okay. Now everything will be copied. Currency, format, characters, currency, and everything. Okay. Currency generally we will specify as per our client location and all. After description, you can write down data type, data type, currency, CURR, data type, currency, in brackets CURR. Next, number of characters 15. Number of characters 15. Currency INR. Currency INR. Next, write down this one, multiple values. Multiple values. You can select multiple values and interval values allowed. So generally here, what exactly this multiple values and interval values? Na? So interval values means if you specify 0 to 10,000, so it will trigger. If you select interval values, tick mark, then only you'll be able to provide 0 to 10,000. Okay. And multiple values means many values you can specify. If you specify single value now, you have to go with only 0 to 10,000, only 0 to 1,000 or 0 to 5,000 likewise. So in real time also we have to go with the multiple values and interval values allowed. Okay. Next, go to values tab. Go to values tab. Right, tick mark for additional values. Okay. Now write down character value. You can just underline this sentence. Write down character value. Put underline. So here you just see how I am. If you want to represent some 0 to 10,000, you listen and then you can. So 0 to 10,000 I have to specify. Okay. You just enter 0. Okay. Don't click enter. Don't move your cursor on anywhere. Just type 0 space hyphen space some. I want to go with some 20,000. Okay. 20,000. Okay. That's it. 0 space hyphen space 20,000. Just click enter. Then what will happen? It automatically take the currency INR. Already we have given in basic data. Okay. If you want to specify some 20,000 to 40,000, okay. Sorry, 30,000 to some 50,000. So 30,000 you type space hyphen 50,000 50000. Next click enter. Then it will be show like this. Okay. In this way, you have to specify your character. In place of hyphen, if you put some underscore or something else, you will get error. Okay. Write down 0 to 10,000. 0 to 10,000. Next one is 10,000.12. Why? Because already 10,000 is covered there. 0 to 10,000 is covered. Means 10,000 value also covered in first step, first value. Now the next value should be greater than. Okay. 10,000.01 to 1 lakh. 10,000.1 to 1 lakh. Next, click enter. Next line, click enter. Next line, go to restrictions tab. Go to restrictions tab. Go to restrictions tab. Write down class type 032. This is interview question. What is the class type used for release procedure? It's a 032. Okay. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. See here. Is there any transport generated now? No transport request generated. You have to maintain manually in every system. That is the reason why I have given a first point. Characteristics are manual. I mean, there is no transport. We have to create manually. Okay. Our session will end. You can join immediately. Next subheading again. Create character for document type. Execute CT04. Execute CT04. Write down characteristic PO underscore doc type. Next, click on release indicator. Click on release indicator. So yesterday we have completed release groups and release codes. Now release indicator. Okay. Click on release indicator. Next, click on new entries. New entries. You can write down 4 columns. You can write down. First column release ID. Second column released. Third column changeable. Third column changeable. Fourth column description. Yeah, you can write down one indicator is blocked. Means when the particular PO is having the 3 levels, only 2 levels are approved. Third level is not approved. Still, that will be in blocked. Until unless all the levels are approved, then only that particular purchase order status release indicator will flip. Will become released from blocked. Okay, now you can write down B. You keep as a blank. You can take option 4. Give the description as blocked. In real time, here the changeable option will be either 4 or 6. Okay. So 4 means you can see change new release in case of new strategy or value change. Here this is also same. Changeable new release strategy if new strategy or value change are outputted. Simply you have created a PO with 100 quantity at the rate of 100 rupees. So the total order value will become 10,000 rupees. So it trigger 2 level of release. 10,000, 2 level of release was triggered. So first level is approved. Okay, and second level is also approved. After that, if user try to change that PO quantity, he decreased it to some 50, from 100 to 50. Now it became the total value became 5,000. So that 5,000 value is belong to the strategy 1, where one person can approve. So that is what now release strategy is re-triggered because of the price change or a quantity change. So here total value, when it will change, if quantity change or price change, then the total order value will get changed. So the same thing. So whenever you wanted to have a new release strategy, if any change happens, either you can select 4 or 6 in real time. Okay. Next, write down G, indicate release indicator G, put a tick mark for released. Here also 4, it is released. Means when all levels has been approved in a particular PO, then the status will become released. Until unless it will be blocked. This is the standard setting. Okay, you can go with released. Next, click on save and back. Click on save and back. Next line, click on release strategies. Click on release strategies. Click on new entries. Click on new entries. Write down release group 02. Release strategy. Now I have given you S1, S2, something like that. No? So when I started release strategy yesterday, so go in with some S1 name. I have given this as some level 1 description. Okay. You can give some description here. Release strategy S1, level 1. Next, how many release codes you wanted to put? Okay. Right down. I'm going with 4 levels. For this S1 strategy, I'm going to have a 4. 10, 20, 30, 40. You can write down release codes 10, 20, 30, 30. Next, click on release prerequisites. Click on release prerequisites. You can write down 10, 20, 30, 40. You can write down. Here also 10, 20, 30, 40. Vertical and horizontal, you can write down release codes. Okay. So the first question now, my question is, when the PO is subjected to release strategy, it is going to have a 4 level of approval. So first, who need to approve? I have a 4 levels in a particular PO, level 10, 20, 30, 40. It will go for which approval? Whose approval? Who need to approve that one? Means release put 10 is the 10, 20, 30, 40. So 10 has to approve. Before 10, who will approve? Or else only 10 is the first approval. My question. Any answer? I have a 4 levels of release in a PO. That first level 10, second level 20, third level 30, fourth level 40. So if I am the person for a level 10 approval. If I want to approve this first level, who need to approve? Is there any approval before that? We don't have any approval. If I want to approve for a level 10, no need of any other approval. Why? Because first level itself it is a 10. So here it is blank. So if I want to approve second level, the first level should approve. Okay, for second level, if I want to approve, so the list 10 has to be approved. If I want to approve third level, so 10, 20 has to approve. If I want to approve 40, 10, 20, 30, 3 members has to approve. If you write down the tick marks. Next, click on continue. Click on continue. Next line, click on release statuses. Click on release statuses. So now you can see write down 10, 20, 30, 40. You can keep all blanks. Here release codes. Here you can write down release indicator. So when PO subjected to release strategy, there are 4 levels are there. If it is not any single level is not approved, so blocked. 1 level approved, still blocked. 2 levels blocked. 3 levels. When all levels are approved under this strategy, then only that indicator will become released. So you can write down all this. Okay, when all levels are approved, then only that particular purchase order status will become released. Otherwise, it will be in a blocked state. So that we cannot receive the material and we cannot do the invoice receipt. Means no further actions will not be, happen for that particular PO until unless it's released fully. Next, click on continue. Click on continue and save. Click on continue and save. Note. Note. Transport request will be generated. Transport request will be generated. Transport request will be generated up to above activity only. Up to above activity only. Transport request will be generated up to above activity. Full stop. There is no transport for activities classification. There is no transport for activities classification and release simulation. Classification and release simulation. So you have to remember here, whenever you get a request to create a new release strategy in real time, okay, they are going to give the condition. This is my amount condition. These are the parameters. Everything they are going to give. Just we have to create a strategy. So whenever you are creating, you are going to select here, and it is okay, fine. You are going to status as fine. So you can save it. Then it will generate a transport request. Whenever something here you are doing in a classification, the changes will be saved, but not in transport request. Okay, you have to do it manually in every system. In production system also, you have to do it manually with the help of a firefighter access. Okay, that is the reason why here and up to release statuses only, entire config change, anything will get stored under TR. When you do this activity or this activity, it won't allow you to do, it will allow to save. Everything will get saved, but not in transport request. Okay, we have to do it manually with other transaction. Okay. Next note, one more note you can write down. So here you can see 10, 20, 30, 40. Here I can give means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the very, very important interview question. If you are going to say, I configured release strategy for purchase order, I have a good knowledge on release strategy and all. The immediate question will be, how many maximum release codes are possible in SAP? How many release codes are possible in SAP? Means maximum 8 release codes are possible. Immediate question. Is there any possibility to have more than that? Maybe there is a possibility. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Why? Because whenever we sit with the developer, we have to give the requirement. This is original screen where we are going to accommodate only 8 release codes. My business request is to have more than that. So 100% it will be possible. In SAP, everything is possible. We can do anything. So that is with the help of a development. If we give a proper functional specification and then a proper requirement to him, so that the particular developer will do. Because we are not the developer, we cannot say directly it is possible or it is not possible. It may be if we work 100%, if we sit and if we work on it, we will be able to have more than 8 release codes. Okay, right on. Note. In standard SAP, in standard SAP, maximum of 8 release codes are possible. Maximum of 8 release codes are possible for a release strategy. For a release strategy, means ఏంటి అంటే ఒక పర్టికులర్ PO క్రియేట్ అయినప్పుడు ఆ పర్టికులర్ POని మాక్సిమం 8 మంది అప్రూవ్ చేయొచ్చు. అంతకు మించి పాసిబుల్ అవ్వదు. అంటే స్టాండర్డ్ ప్రకారం. ఒకవేళ మాకు బిజినెస్ ఏమంటుందంటే నాకు 10 పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు, మేము 10 మెంబర్స్ రిలీజ్ చేయాలి అంటారు. సో అప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయాలి, డెవలపర్ తోటి వాళ్ళకి రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఇస్తే SAP adaptive, they will get into that, so they will do that screen changes and all. But easy అయితే కాదు చేయడం అది. It will be a very tough task and it will take lot of time. That too we are going to disturbing the standard SAP screen, so that we have to check other impacts also. Next, back. Next, click on inventories. Again, click on inventories. Now go with the second strategy where you can put 5 release codes. Okay, write down. Release group 02. Release strategy S2. Release strategy S2. Description level 2. Release codes 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Next, click on release prerequisites. Click on release prerequisites. Write down 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Again, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. You can put tick mark from 20 to 50. Next, click on continue. click on continue. Next, click on release statuses. Click on release statuses. Click on release statuses. You can write on 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then right side release indicator. When nothing is released, blocked. One is released, blocked. 2 levels, 3 levels, 4 levels. Until 4 levels, it will be in a blocked state. Whenever all levels are approved, then only it will get released. Next, click on continue and save. Click on save and continue. Okay. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Write down, note the characteristic values. Note characteristic values and classes. Characteristic values and classes are not transportable. Are not transportable from development to quality, development to quality and production clients. Characteristic values and classes are not transportable from development to quality and production clients. Full stop. Again, we have to map. Again, we have to map these values. Again, we have to map these values manually in quality and production. Manually in quality and production. Manually in quality and production systems with CL20 NT code. CL20 NT code for the first time. CL20 for the first time setup. And also we can use CL24N and also we can use CL24N to update the release strategies. Okay, so now what I will do, so first for one example purpose I will create here new one 02 S4. Only I'll go with step folder. I'll go into release prerequisite. It is fine. Statuses fine. I'm going to save. Okay. It will generate it. Now here, if I go, here it is already asking. Okay. Forget about that. Now I wanted to configure S4. Huh? Write down. Subheading. Assign object to classes. Assign object to classes. Assign object to classes. Right. Execute CL20N. Execute CL20N. Execute CL20N. So here you see the heading itself. It is we are going to assign object to classes. Means object in the sense our object is a release strategy. For the release strategy, we are assigning the class so that characters will come into picture, so that values will be come into picture. That is what the concept here. So write down release group 02 release strategy. I will go with S4, but we will go with S1. You can write down S1. Okay. Release group 02 release strategy S1 class type 032. Next, click enter. Click enter. Now you can see here it is asking class. Next line. Enter class as PO underscore RGL. Enter class as PO underscore RGL. Arrow mark. Click enter. Arrow mark. Click enter. Now you can see it is get opened. So for our release strategy, assign our class. So when we assign now, already this class is having these three characters. Now for this release strategy, what are the values you wanted to put? What are the conditions? So whenever that particular PO satisfies these three conditions, it will trigger S1. Whenever the PO will satisfy the three conditions, it has to trigger S2. So what are the conditions you wanted to put? So S1 key condition and 0 to 10,000. S2 కి వచ్చేసరికి 10,000 నుంచి 1 lakh. S3 కి వచ్చేసరికి 1 lakh నుంచి 2 lakh. Likewise, you have to set up. Okay. Right. And total net order value. Total net order value. So now you see, go in drop down here. Now you select 0 to 10,000. Okay. Right. And total net order value. అక్కడ మీరు ఇది రాయండి 0 to 10,000 in bracket. Go into drop down and select this value. Go into drop down and select this value and click on continue and click on continue. Okay. Next line, order type means which document types you wanted to put. Now I want my document type YYNB. Okay. YYNB. Same thing. Okay. We have to go into drop down and select the required document type and click on continue. No need to write. You just write down your document type. Next, purchasing organization. So select your purchase organization B100. Next, click enter, and save. Click enter and save. This is the way you have to do. Next one. Again, execute CL20N. Execute CL20N. Write down release group 02. Now release strategy is S2. You did it for S1 now. Now it is for S2. Next, class type 032. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next line, enter class as PO underscore RGL. Enter class as PO underscore RGL. Arrow mark. Click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Alright, total net order value. Total net order value 10,000.012 1 lakh. 10,000.012 1 lakh. Next, order type YYNB means it's my document type. Next, purchasing organization. My purchase organization B100. Okay, purchase organization B100. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Okay. Next, so likewise, how many release strategies we will create? That many times we have to do the assignments in CL20N. Note: this will not create any transport request. Right? This activity will not create a transport request for which we need to take FF access in production system. For quality system, you are fully authorized in quality system, except to few transactions, one or two transactions. Okay. Only FF access is for a production system. We will not have any authorizations for a production, only display access. So at the time you have to request FF access and you have to do it. Whereas in a quality or a development system, you do have SAP unrestricted access, means for all the transactions. Now let's go with the subheading: assign objects or classes to class. Write down this one. Assign objects / classes to class. Right. Execute CL24N. Execute CL24N. Right. Class PO underscore RGL, PO underscore RGL, class type 032, class type 032, class type 032. Next line, click enter and observe, click enter and observe existing release strategies, existing release strategies assigned for above class, assigned for above class. ఈ CL24 అన్నది రియల్ టైంలో ఎందుకు చేస్తామంటే ఇప్పటి వరకు ఏంటంటే మనకు ఒక 20 ప్లాన్స్ మాత్రమే ఉన్నాయి. ఆ 20 ప్లాన్స్ కి మనం ఒక 4 రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీలు సెటప్ చేసాము. ఫైన్. ఇప్పుడు 20 ప్లాన్స్ కాకుండా కొత్తది 21 ఒక కొత్త ప్లాంట్ క్రియేట్ చేసాము. అంత ప్రొడక్షన్ మూవ్ చేసాం, అయిపోయింది. వాళ్ళు ఏమంటారంటే మాకు రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీ కావాలి అంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఇస్తారు కండిషన్స్. ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఏం చెప్తాం, మాకు ఆల్రెడీ మనకి 4 రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇది సో అండ్ సో. లెవెల్ 1 S1 వచ్చేసి $10,000, నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చేసి $50,000, లేకపోతే 1 lakh. లైక్ వైజ్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు టెల్. సో ఇమీడియట్లీ ప్లీజ్ go with existing release strategy. Then what you have to do, the first step is you have to create a character. In CT04, in that plant, already you have a plant character, suppose. So in that plant character, you have to add a value of that new plant. Suppose new plant number is 100. So you have to add a value in CT04. After that, what you have to do, that value you have to select for S1, S2, S3, S4. How we will do? So you go click on double click on S1. So here it will get opened. Now where is the plant option? You have to check. Suppose this is the plant option. You go into here. You will be able to see this one. Okay. In this way, we have to do it. Okay, that is what here we can. If you want to block this release strategy, so then you can see this is the option status where we can select locked. So what will happen? You see the symbol will become locked. So still the particular PO satisfies the conditions of S1, but will not trigger the release strategy because the status of this release strategy is locked. Okay, means we can update the status also here. We can update the parameters, update the status, anything, whatever we want to do, we can do it here. That is what importance of CL24 and write down here. Here we can lock the unused release strategies. Here we can lock the unused release strategies by changing the status to number 2. Okay. So here it is 1 means if you make it as a 2, it will become locked. Next note point. Whenever we wanted to delete any release strategy, whenever we wanted to delete a release strategy from the system, comma, then we have to delete that assignment. Then we have to delete that assignment from CL24N transaction first from CL. Click on communication button and specify output device Next then click on save button. Click on save button. Next, test scenario. Step 1. Create a PO. In the combination of above vendor and company code. Above vendor and the company code. Next slide. Execute ME21 and now you can see what I am doing. Right on. In header data, comma, next one, document type NB, NB, and enter. Next line, enter. Vendor, comma, purchase organization, comma, purchase group, comma, company code. Next, in line item, enter material, comma, PO quantity, comma, length. Okay. Next, click enter. Just a minute. This is some relevant to FI error actually. Just a second. Okay. Now this is fine. Next, let us go into messages. You see. Okay. This is the output type. And as well, you can go inside you'll be able to see, yeah, your output, and let's click enter. So this is the way whenever the business is going to need a new output type. So for which we have to create like this, and here you can see. So in this way, we have to do the configuration. Okay, destination. Yeah. Just to save it. Okay. So this is in this way we have to do the configuration of output determination, condition table, access sequence, message type, then message determination. Finally, we have to maintain the condition recorded MN04. Okay, MN04. Okay, maintain your vendor because already exists. Okay. So in this way, how to do this configuration and all. Write down some tables, subheading tables. EKKO, EKKO, purchasing document header. Next, EKPO, you can replace header with item. Purchasing document item. Next, EKBE, purchasing document history. EKKN, account assignment in purchasing document. Okay. Next, EKBE అయిపోయింది కదా, EKKO, EKPO, EKBE, EKKN. CDPOS, change document items. Change document items. Next, CD HDR, change document header. Change document header. Next, EKET, EKET, schedule lines. EKET, schedule lines. Okay. Next, report. ME2N, ME2N, purchasing documents for document number. Next, ME to M, purchasing documents for material. Next, ME to L, purchasing documents per vendor. Purchasing documents per vendor. ME to K, purchasing documents per account assignment. Purchasing documents per account assignment. Okay, you have to remember these transactions and the reports and tables. Okay, so I think we have completed the concept of output determination. The next concept is the pricing procedure. Okay, so for today I will stop the session. So tomorrow I will continue with the pricing procedure. Okay. Just, yesterday we have seen entire release strategy for both PO and PR. For PR, I have given the characters. So write down two transactions for how to release a purchase requisition. ME54N, ME54N to release PR. ME54N to release PR. Next, ME55. ME55. Collective release of PR. Collective release of PR. However, ME28 is a collective release of PO. Likewise, ME55 is a collective release of purchase requisition. Subheading: output determination. Output determination of per purchase order. Output determination per purchase order. Write down. Output determination is the process. Output determination is the process to determine the medium to determine the medium such as invoices, comma PO printout, invoices, comma PO printout, comma faxes or emails that are sent from one business to that are sent from one business to any customer or vendor. So generally, output determination is a very important concept in SAP, not only from SAP MM. So any module, if you are referring to SAP, so output determination plays a vital role. Why? Because of whatever the documents that are going to be created in SAP system that need to be sent out. So 100%, I mean, we need some sort of a medium for that. So here we have to set up that sort of a configuration. We are going to defining the medium. You are going to define the type and all, so that that particular document can be sent to either a customer or either a vendor. So here in SAP MM, that output determination in the sense we are going to send the purchasing document to the vendor. If in case if we are talking about the sales and distribution, SAP SD module, there that sales order we are going means that output determination is for is especially for customer. They are going to send the sales document to the customer. Okay, whatever they are going to purchase and all. Finally, here our process is generally inbound process. Why? Because we are procuring the material, we are receiving the materials in the sense inbound process. So for which we are dealing with the vendor. Whereas SD team SD is a functional module which they are dealing with the customers. When they are selling their product, means their products are sending out. Means that is what outbound. Okay, so ours is inbound process. There is a outbound process. So right now we are in output determination. Now we have to configure it for a purchase order. Okay. So here I will explain you this output determination for purchase order. So in a similar manner, the same steps you have to follow it for a quotation, outline agreement and all. So you just remember for purchase order, the same thing you can explain in interview also. But in real time, you don't get a chance to configure this until unless if you are working for a implementation project. Okay, write down SPRO, SPRO, MM, purchasing, SPRO, MM, purchasing, messages, output control, messages, output control. Number one, condition tables, arrow, define condition table for purchase order. Define condition table for purchase order. Define condition table for a purchase order. Next line, execute. Next line, click on create condition table. Click on create condition table. Okay. Now here we have to create the condition table where we have some sort of key combination which we need to maintain. So here if you go in drop down, let's see what are the existing tables. In real time also, the first parameter when you are creating condition table, directly don't give any random number. Just go in drop down and observe what are the existing table numbers. So based on that existing numbers, you should go for a next number. Let us see here 67, 68, 70, 571. So I will go with the 572. Okay, write down table 572. In your system, don't try with the same number. You just go in drop down and check the serial number wise, and the last number, whatever it is there, you are able to see. Next number you can take into the creation. Okay. Next, click enter. Now this is very important here. Whenever you wanted to maintain output determination, means whenever you are creating your purchase order, you every time you have to go into messages and you have to put the NEU and you have to maintain the communication method. This is a manual process every time. You wanted to make it as a automated and the particular output type it should come default. So for which combination you are going to maintain means whenever my company code is 1000, whenever I'm creating a PO for 1000 company code, I want my output type as a default. So that is what the key combination is here, that company code. No, I'll go with the plant. Whenever my plant is some 100, I want this output type. Likewise, that is what the combination. So here, I am going to select the company code, only the parameter for myself. You can try with the plant or you can try with the vendor. Okay, no issues. Or else company code and vendor. We can go with any of the parameter. Okay, write down. Select the company code. Select the company code. Arrow mark. Click on select a field. Select the company code and click on select a field. Now you see what happened. This particular field came into this side. Likewise, if you want, we can go with a vendor. Okay. Next, select a vendor. On the click on select a field. Okay. If you want to update any description of this table, okay. Next line. Click on propose or maintain text button. Click on propose or maintain text button. Yes, sir. Okay. Right. Table 572 description company code / vendor. You can give your name so that you will be able to remember easily. Click enter. Next line. Click on generate button. Click on generate button and click enter and click enter. Arrow mark. Click on yes. Arrow mark. Click on yes. Next. Arrow mark. Click on local object. Click on local object. Now this condition table is getting generated. Okay. 572 is our table number. Now you can see the log here. Table has been saved. Okay. Next. Back to IMG. Back to IMG. Now condition table is done. Okay, what is next? Access sequence. Right down. Number 2, access sequence. Access sequence. Arrow mark. Access sequence. Arrow mark. Define access sequence for purchase order. So this is very important question. You just keep a star mark. Okay. Execute. This is very important. Write down. You can write a box and that in that box you can write down. The table is a cross client. Already I told you. I have asked you question also, I guess. I'm not sure, but write down this one. The table is cross client, and please get information of this word. What do you mean by cross client? You should know. Okay, you just try to get some info. Tomorrow, let me know. Okay. Write down a point. Access sequences. Access sequences. A search strategy. Access sequences. a search strategy, and it will search the valid condition record, valid condition record, valid condition record in a condition table, valid condition record in a condition table for a condition type, for a condition type. Simply in interview, what we have to tell, it is a search strategy where we can get a valid condition record. That's it. You don't want to go with the entire sentence, then they will understand. Okay, don't by heart. Simply remember, access sequence. It is a search strategy where we do have a lot of valid condition records. That's it. In interview, you have to tell like this. Other than that, you don't want to go further. Now we have to create a new access sequence for us. Okay. Rather than let us go with copying the existing one. Okay. Let's see. Uh, let us go into this access sequence. Don't write anything. So 0001 is the standard and existing access sequence, where the combination is document type, purchase organization, and vendor. If I go in access okay, these are the tables they have assigned, and then these are the fields. If I go into here, fields. Okay, write down. Click on new entries. Click on new entries. Write down 2 columns: access sequence, description. You can take Z004 and it's a description. Whenever you are creating something in your system, please check the existing values and then create a new one. Okay. Next, select our access sequence. Select our access sequence and click on accesses and click on accesses. Okay. Again, click on new entries. Click on new entries. Write down 2 columns. You can keep 3rd column also. First column, access number. Second column, table. Third column, requirement. Okay. Access number, table, requirement. So access number, you can take it as a 10. I will explain you why it is. Next, table 572. Requirement is generally it's a standard value. You can keep it as a blank or else you can keep it as a 101. No issue. So generally this requirement will be created by the ABAP developer. It's a pure ABAP relevant field. In standard, we are going to use a 101. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Okay. Now, if I go into fields, perfect. Okay. Now you no need to go into fields and all. Already, whenever you, this is the table which you created in the first step. So first step, you have to create a condition table where you have to select your own key combination. In the second step, you are going to creating the access sequence where your condition table is getting assigned. Okay. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Write down this window. Prompt for workbench request. Prompt for workbench request. Okay, you can write down request. Bracket, you can write down workbench request. You have to always, there are right now you have seen two different requests. One is a customizing request. That screen earlier you are able to see always. Right now you are able to see a workbench request. Okay, you just try to get some information between these two. Okay, 100% I'll tell you how to do what exactly, what indicates workbench and what indicates customizing. Okay, everything I'll tell you. But from your end, something you get information. Okay, that's it. Next, back to IMG. Number three. Number three. Message types. Arrow. Number three. Message type. Arrow mark. Define message types for. Define message types for PO. Execute. Execute. Next. Click on maintain message types for. Click on maintain message types for PO. Click on maintain message types for PO. Okay. Now you can see this is the screen where exactly you do have the output type and the different types of mediums are available and all. Now, in general, in real time, the standard one is a NEU, which is a standard output type for this particular purchase order. So always we will use NEU only in real time. Also, this one only. If in case some cases the business is going to tell us that I want a new output determination for my business. Okay, then you have to go into this output determination. You have to create a new output type. But every time, whenever you are creating something new, and I mean real-time system, you have to copy from existing. Okay, now we will go with the copy of an EU. Before that, I have to check what are the names. Okay, ZNEU, YNEU. Okay, so yeah, you can select NEU output type. Select NEU output type and click on details button and click on details button. Select NEU output type and click on details button, arrow mark. Click on copy as button. Click on copy as button. Write down output type. Output type Z004. Output type Z004. BSR industry. Output is a description. Next, access sequence. So what is your access sequence? So you just go in drop down. So Z004. Okay. Right on access sequence Z004. Now you no need to update any parameter. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Arrow mark. Click on copy all. Click on copy all. Arrow mark. Enter and save. Now what is happening? It is not getting saved. You see. Okay. Immediately what you need to do. You see. Click on right down. Click on cancel and enter. Click on cancel and enter. Okay. But anyway, Z004 will get saved, but not the processing routines. That will not save. Okay, will not save. No issues. Next, we are on the same screen now. Select our output type. Select our output type Z004. So here, this is not required. Okay. Select our output type Z004 and click on processing routines and click on processing routines. One second. Now you see nothing will be here. Okay. What you need to do now, so you just go back while you're practicing now. So you just go back to go back and again you re-execute so that here you'll be able to see it's a blank. Okay. Right. Select our output type Z004 and click on processing routines. Next, click on new entries. Click on new entries. Right down. Output type Z004. Okay, transmission medium. One print output. You can write down. One print output. Next, program. SAP FM06P. These are the standard. Okay. Farm routine. Entry underscore NEU. Entry underscore NEU. Next, form. Midrug. So you just put a star mark for this. Okay. Just a minute. Okay, next PDF/smart form. I'll share this printout if you miss anything. Okay. So generally in interview, they will ask, what is the standard form for PO? Immediately you have to tell it's a MEDRUC. MEDRUCK, MEDRUC. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Now you see data was saved. Okay. So now I have maintained only print output. Likewise, we can maintain different medias. Okay. This is enough for now. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number 4, message determination schema. Number 4, message determination schema. Arrow mark. Define message schema for purchase order. Click on maintain message determination schema. Click on maintain message determination schema. So here we no need to create any new procedures. Okay, you just observe the existing procedures. Okay, right on. First of all, two columns you can write down: procedure and description. RMBE F1, RMBE F1. Description is purchase order. Description is purchase order. Okay. Next, select RMBE F1 line. Select RMBE F1 line and click on control data and click on control data. Okay. Now you can see there are few columns and a few information is available. Now what we have to do, we have to go with our output type. Okay, whatever we created, so that we have to assign here. Okay, so whenever you are going to assign, you see what is the last number is 110. So you go with 120. Okay, click on new entries. Click on new entries. Write down 4 columns. Four columns. First column step. Second column counter. Step. Second column counter. Third column condition type. Condition type. Next column requirement. Requirement. Right. And step is 120. Counter 1. Next, our output type. Z004. Requirement 101. It's a standard value. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Okay, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Right on. Click on assign schema to. Click on assign schema to. Purchase order. So here you no need to go with any new entries. Just see already existing procedure has been assigned to application. No issue. Okay. What you can write down? Three columns you can write down. Application, first column. Second column, procedure. Next column, new partner role determination. New partner role determination. But an application is EF. Application is EF. Procedure RMBEF1. Put a tick mark for last column. Here we are not doing anything, just the standard procedure only we are using. For that standard procedure, here we just added our output type. Okay. Back to IMG. Back to IMG. Last one. Maintain. Output condition record. Maintain. Output condition record in MN04. In MN04. Next line. Execute. Write down output type. Output type Z004. Next. Click on key combination. Click on key combination. Right on. Select company code / vendor. Select company code / vendor. Next, click enter. Write down your company code B100. Next, vendor. Next, vendor. You have to specify your vendor. Okay. Enter vendor number. Enter vendor number and click enter. Click enter. Next, click on communication method. Click on communication method. Our session will end up. Click on communication method. Subheading pricing procedure. Pricing procedure. So already you know that how to create a purchase order. So whenever we are going to create a purchase order, we are going to see different prices. Means whenever you are purchasing something, so you are going to see what is the net price, what is the gross price, and what is the discount, and what is the taxes, and what are the delivery charges you are able to see. Means different type of amounts you are able to see in a particular when you are ordering something, when you are purchasing something. So here in SAP also, whenever we are doing the procurement, whenever you are going to procure a material or a service, there are multiple amounts will get involved. So there is some sort of a procedure where those amounts will come in a particular serial manner, where whatever the amounts which are needed, we are going to incorporate, which are not needed, we are going to remove. So each and every amount represents a condition. So here we have to define a conditions, and we need to put it in a serial manner, so that whenever the procurement happens, whenever the business is going for any sort of a procurement, whether it is a general procurement or a special procurement or direct procurement or an indirect procurement, the pricing procedure will play a vital role. Without the pricing procedure, there is no procurement happen. Why? Because we need to pay whatever the material or something you are purchasing. We need to pay. What is the total amount you are going to pay? So in the total amount, how many different amounts are going to get involved? Simple example for pricing procedure, I'll tell you. Simply our salary. So they are going to offer a 6 lakhs of package. But end of the day, whenever you are receiving, I mean 6 lakhs in the sense of 50,000 per month. But a take home will be different. There you are able to see basic salary, HRA, likewise LTA, professional tax, PF. Likewise, you are able to see different type of amounts. And then left side, one sort of amounts, whatever you are going to get. Right side, you are able to see professional tax and income tax, and as well as the provident fund. So these are the deductions. So you are able to see non-deductions and deductions. So finally, when you are combining those two, one price they are going to one salary they are going to show as a gross salary, and then net salary. So the same thing here, the salary is replaced by a price, gross price, net price. So there deductions you see taxes. Here the deductions you will be see again a taxes. So as per, if you're okay, suppose if you get a chance to work on for a domestic client, the client located within India, so you have to know about the GST process. So the three types of GSTs will get involved. If in case if you are working for some other than India, like you are working for some foreign client, then you don't have any sort of this taxation. So most of like US or Canada or some other countries, they are going to use a different taxation system. So currently we are using a Vortex. So generally US and Canada countries, whatever their businesses they have, so they're going to use a Vortex system for entire taxation. So at the time we will never involve. So otherwise there is a normal procedure for taxation. So however we are going to define this procedure, pricing procedure, likewise the tax procedure will be there. So simply here we are going to represent every amount in a particular purchase order. Whenever you are representing, suppose let us see this is a purchase order where you are able to see different type of amounts. So we are going to finalize the conditions. We are going to put in a serial manner. So that kind of a procedure is nothing but a pricing procedure. You can see this is the particular PO which was created in 2017. So now you can see the conditions tab. Gross price, manual excise, custom landing charges, basic, customs. Okay. Next, freight charges, discounts, cess charges. Likewise, so here you are able to see different type of amounts. You can see zero here 21,000 rupees. Okay, again 10,100. So here you are able to see different type of prices you are able to see. So each and every amount represents a condition in SAP. Okay, write down a point. The main concept of pricing procedure is the main concept of the main concept of pricing procedure is a combination of different type of charges, different type of charges like a gross price, like a gross price, comma freight, freight, comma discount, comma surcharges, etc. Next point, we use pricing procedure. We use pricing procedure to determine these all conditions, into one procedure, into one procedure where we can find the where we can find the subtotal subtotal per net amount, subtotal for net amount. Next point, it is simply it is simply input material price. It is simply input material price by arranging different conditions, different condition types, by arranging different condition types automatically automatically or systematically. Right? Already you know like a gross and a net, you know already the difference between a gross price and a net price. Okay, discounts also you know, so I no need to write the thing. You can write down to understand pricing procedure. To understand pricing procedure, we have to configure below things. We have to configure below things. You can write down those 7. Interview perspective, this is very important. They will ask, do you configure any pricing procedure? Yes, I configure. You have to tell. Okay, so this is the way we did. So we have to explain these 7 parameters. So it takes around 5 to 10 minutes. They will get satisfied. They don't ask in depth. They just till I have a knowledge and as well as I have configured in when I was in implementation project. Like you have to tell now. Number 1, condition table. Number 2, access sequence. Number 3, condition type. Condition record. Schema group. Calculation schema. Last one, schema determination. Schema determination. Write down next note. It's a very important question. So this is a recent interview question for me. I was attended 3 interviews in which the same question, it's a repeated question. Okay. Write down. There are two types of condition documents are available. There are 2 types of condition documents are available in SAP MM. First one, time dependent condition document. Time dependent condition document. And second one is a time independent condition document. Time dependent condition document. Number 2, time independent condition document. So for time dependent, in bracket you can write down info record, comma contract. Info record, comma contract. Whereas a time independent condition document, you can write down in bracket PO. Okay. So I have asked you a question when I was in a PO, where in a material data tab, we have an option of info update. I told you whenever if you select this option as A, so automatically whatever the data we are going to update in a PO, which in turn update the info record if in case if it exists. If not, it will create automatically. So at the time I told that except price information, entire information will be updated in the info record. Price will not update from PO to info record. I told you why. So this is the answer. This is the very, very important interview question. Price will never update from purchase order to info record. That is the first point. Why in the sense that info record is a time dependent. Okay. So whenever you are representing some 100 rupees, it is going to ask a validity period. From which date to which date this price will be valid. Whereas in PO, did you see that such kind of a case? So you can say this is the PO. You represented here 101 rupees net price SGD 100 quantity. Okay. Here you will never be able to see any validity periods for a price. Okay. This price will be unique. It's independent of time. For today, 101 rupees, tomorrow 102 rupees, not like that. The PO is a pure time independent document. Only one document we have. In the time independent, only one we have, that is a PO. That is the reason why whatever the price which we are going to update. Okay, suppose you have a info record where you maintain 100 rupees. With that info record, you have created a PO, the same 100 rupees come into picture. Then you just updated 100 to 110 rupees. Again, you saved. Now, info record will not get updated. If you have option here in material data, if you have option, so yeah, you can see info updated. So if you have this option also, you updated this one. So this 110 rupees will not update in info record because info record is a time dependent. There is a 100 rupees you specified from which date to which date. That is what you are going to have. You can see this is info record. So here you can go into condition, general data. Here where is the price? No, purchase organization data. So here it was maintained 0. But generally here we are going to have a net price. So there was a no conditions. Okay, it is not showing any condition. So whenever you are creating an info record, you are going to have the validity periods for condition. So because of time dependency, because of the validity periods in info record, price will never be updated from purchase order to info record. So what are the different types of time dependent, time independent, or is for a time dependent? There is a info record. Whenever you are specifying some validity period, you have to understand. Okay, so this is a time dependent. In PO there is no validity periods. Okay. Next point, write down schedule agreements and quotation conditions. Scheduling agreements and quotation conditions can sit on time dependent or time dependent or time independent time dependent or time independent conditions based on document type, based on document type, IMG settings. So here pure time dependent is info record comma contract. Okay. Whereas in addition to that, we already we have seen a quotation. So quotation either time dependent or a time independent based on the setting which we are going to make. So there is a feasibility for a quotation and as well as a scheduling agreement. So write down path SPRO, arrow mark, arrow mark, purchasing, arrow mark, purchasing, arrow mark, RFQ/quotation, arrow mark, define document types, define document types, execute, write down first column document type, second column time dependent condition, time dependent conditions, time dependent conditions. You can write down document type is AN, document type AN. You can write a small box and if you put a tick mark, it will become time dependent. There is no indicator, time independent. Okay. So now you can write down in bracket for this. You write this small box in bracket time independent. Time independent. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Scheduling agreement. Scheduling agreement. Arrow mark. Scheduling agreement. Arrow mark. Define document types. Execute. Same columns you can write down. First column document type. Second column time dependent conditions. Time dependent conditions. Okay. You can write down LP, put a tick mark, LPA, put a tick mark. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Now you can see here we have written the 7 parameters. Now we have to define each and every parameter. Already yesterday we come across condition table. We have created, access sequence also we created, and there you have defined a message type. Whereas now we are talking about the pricing procedure where different types of conditions get involved. Now you have to define a condition type. Yesterday was a message type, that is for output determination. Now it is a price. So each and every amount you are calling it as a condition. Okay. Yeah. What you can write directly, you can leave like a one line of a space, and you can start a fresh SPRO, SPRO, MM, purchasing, SPRO, MM, purchasing, conditions, conditions, define price determination process, define price determination process. Now you can see these lot of parameters are there. You have to remember the part. It's a very important. Yesterday, what happened? I was attended for one company. I have explained entire pricing procedure. Whatever the 7 parameters I mentioned. The same way I have explained. Fine, everything is fine. He asked me, what is the T code for a defined access sequence? It is not possible to remember every transaction code. But anyhow, you just try to note and you can remember. Maybe in the future, whenever you are going to attend an interview, you just remember. Actually, sometimes these T codes will not work. OMER1, OMER2. I'm not sure. So they were asking me, what is the transaction code for define access sequence? I told them I did not remember. I don't know the T code, but I know what is the SPRO path and all. Okay, so try to check for every activity till now what we did. So you just take this T code for every parameter. Maybe that would be better for you. Yeah, number one. Now, number one. One second. Yeah, maintain condition table. Number one. Maintain condition table. Execute. Execute. Click on. Click on create condition table. Click on create condition table. Okay. Now you can write down. It is a table. It is a table where system saves where system all fields with the combination for. It is a table where system saves all fields with the combination for individual condition record. For individual condition record. Start. Suppose if I use plant as a condition table. Suppose if I use plant as a condition table, then the condition record will be created for. Then the condition record will be created for a plant only. Full stop. We can use many fields in one condition table. We can use many fields in one condition table. And now you can write down table. Okay. Again, as I told you, you just go into this drop down. Let us verify what are the existing numbers we have. So now I will. You just every time you just go last and let's check from here. So 603 I created, 604 I created, 605 also. Next I will go with the 606. Okay. Likewise, you just go inside. You can take any number by observing these existing numbers. Okay. Yeah. Table 606. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Next, select a plant. Select a plant and click on select field option. Select field option. Next. So here I wanted to update table name. So for my convenience, I wanted to update. Next line. Click on propose slash maintain text. Click on propose. Suresh, can you switch off your video? Sorry. Click on propose slash maintain text and update the table description. Update the table description. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next line. Click on generate button. Click on generate button and click enter. Click on generate button and click enter. Arrow mark. Click on yes. Click on yes. Arrow mark. Click on local object. Click on local object. Now you can see our condition table is going to generate 606. Yeah, our table has been generated. Okay. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. One thing, just go into 606. Yeah, back to IMG. Next, what exactly we have? Number 2, access. Number 2, define access sequences. Define access sequences. So generally, we have so many conditions in SAP. So if in case, as per the business requirement, you wanted to have a new access sequence for a particular condition type, then you have to create here. Okay. Execute. 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 Write down. Access sequences. Access sequences. Cross client customizing setting. Access sequence is cross client customizing setting. Full stop. In real time also. In real time also. Access sequences. Access sequences are predefined. Comma, as per business requirement. As per business requirement, we can define. As per business requirement, we can define a new access sequence. We can define a new access sequence also. Next point. Suppose for a gross price condition record. Suppose for gross price condition record has to maintain with new table field combination. New table field combination. Then define a new access sequence. Then define a new access sequence with the new table as per below. So you can see here so many access sequences are available in real time. So whenever the business is asking to have a new condition, we need a new condition type for our pricing procedure. Then you have to create a new condition, for which you have to create condition table, and then access sequence. If in case if the business wanted to have a plant as a, I wanted to maintain my price based on the plant. Whenever one particular X plant is coming to the picture, for that I want a cash price condition table. So then what we have to do, we have to create a new access sequence for a gross price. So if I go into gross price, don't write anything. So 0002 is the access sequence for gross price. If I go inside accesses, you can see how many items are available. Okay, these many tables are defined. So we can define many combination. If I want to maintain a condition record, so what I will do here /nmek1 pb00. Now you can see, you can click on key combination. Now you can see. So whatever the combinations here, you are able to see that combinations will come into picture. Okay. So this is what means we have to maintain. Yesterday we maintained a condition record for output type in a MN04. Likewise, we have to maintain a condition record in MEK1, for which we need a access sequence. If you don't have any access sequence, you cannot create. Okay. Right. Select. So what we can do, we can go with the copy. Okay. Our session will end in a 1 minute. Please immediately join with the same link. Select 0002 access sequence. Select 0002 access sequence, and you click on copy as button, and you click on copy as button. Now I will go with the new one. Okay, write down 2 columns. You can write down. First column you can write down to send the GR message to buyer. To send GR message to buyer, we have to maintain condition record. We have to maintain condition record as follows. Next line, execute NACE, execute NACE T code. Next line, select application type ME, select application type ME, arrow mark, click on condition records, click on condition records, arrow mark, click on output type MLGR, click on output type MLGR, arrow mark, click on execute, click on execute. You can write down 4 columns. You can write down. First column, GR message. First column, GR message. Second column, function. Third column, medium. Fourth column, date slash time. Date slash time. So in the first column, you can write down, put a tick mark, and in bracket you can write down S. So whenever you have selected GR message option in purchase order, so that what will happen, whenever GR enters for that PO, immediately it will send a notification to the buyer, means who created that purchase order. Means buyer means it's a purchase group person. So whoever is going to create that PO, so for that user, he will receive the Outlook notification, like your purchase order has been received, or some sort of information we have to put here. That information will go out to the user SBWP inbox. So for which we have to maintain this output condition record. So this activity is called as a cutover activity. In real time, what are the cutover activities did you perform? So you can mention this as a cutover activity. We have maintained output condition records in a NACE transaction. This is very important activity. In real time, you have to do it in all the systems, from lower environment to higher environment. Means from development system to quality system, then pre-production, then production system. In every system, you have to manually maintain this NACE transaction. Why? Because it don't generate any kind of a transport requests. So you have to remember, whenever any activity, if it is not able to generate a transport request, then that activity is called as a cutover activity. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next line, click on communication. Click on communication button. Click on communication button. Arrow mark. So here you see, I just wanted to, if you want to assign any in real time, you have to select no. Why? Because we don't want to assign any dummy recipient. Direct original user only we have to assign. So do you want to assign a dummy recipient? Yes. Click on yes. Write down. Do you want to assign a dummy recipient? Click on yes. So you can see here, write down note for recipient. Not for a recipient means which information you wanted to notify the business user, means buyer. So that information you have to keep here. Okay, GR has been received for this PO. Please proceed with further actions. Thanks. So this sort of information you have to put. So here dummy user. So my user ID is SAP user. Okay. So I'll give it as a simply you can give anything here. SAP login name. Okay. So here we will add in real time original users. Okay. In real time we will add here original users. Here we will add the information. Okay. Next. Back to main screen. Back to main screen and save. Back to main screen and save. Okay. Next, back to PO screen. Back to PO screen. Next, conditions tab. Conditions tab. Here, all line items. Here, all line item. Condition type amounts. Here, all line items. Condition type amounts. will display here, will display here. Comma, if requires, if requires, if requires, you can specify, if requires, you can specify header discounts, header discounts, or header surcharges, header discounts or header surcharges, which will be distributed to, which will be distributed to all line items, which will be distributed to all line items. So generally condition type means simply it is a amount. The simple example I'll tell you here, if you purchase some mobile or a laptop or something else, so you are going to receive an invoice copy where you will be able to see the gross price as well as some discount, taxes, and then net price. So each and every amount and that, and as well as delivery charges. So here each and every amount which you are able to see is nothing but a condition type. Okay, we do have so many condition types in SAP MN. So which is very important to set up a pricing. How the pricing is happen, what is the pricing procedure? It is a very important and tough topic in SAP MN. So here we do have a header and the item conditions. When some amount you are specifying in header, so that will be unique, that will be common for all line items. It will distribute among all the line items. Okay, so generally most of the clients or most of the businesses, they will never specify any header conditions, separate conditions. So whenever they wanted to put a condition, they'll specify at item level itself. For every line, they are going to specify different conditions. For few items, they don't have any delivery charges. For few materials, they will have delivery charges. So it's a depend on the material, depend on the item. Okay, so don't bother about the header conditions. If in case for if I have three line items, so for which I am going to get 100 rupees of a discount for all the. So I need to specify in header discount condition. I need to specify the amount. So in that way we have to do. Okay. Next, text tab. So here you see already we gone through the text types, header text, header text and item text, as well as we have seen copying rules. Now you can see here header text. Right down. Click on header text. Click on header text. And specify some text here. Click on header text. And specify some text here. So here header text in the sense when you will specify this information, whenever you are procuring some sort of a material, you wanted to give some specifications. So you are going to purchase a laptop. Okay, here you have created a material master for laptop, but it is not possible to maintain all the features of that relevant laptop. You can give the weight and the description, etc., manufacturing, some sort of a details you can give, but not all features. So that kind of features here you can represent. Okay, laptop configuration. Okay, uh, power rating, sort of likewise. So we can specify all the kind of information if we anything is relevant to the material, or if you want to print some sort of information, So then we have to specify here. Okay, in header text, we will specify some sort of, more information or more features which are relevant to the material. Then you can specify. That too, this is not a mandatory parameter. In real time, for all the people, most of the 90% of the purchase orders will have this information. Why? Because the user, they are going to give us, some sort of information. So immediately when vendor look at his PO, that information will be printed on the purchase order output. So he can understand, okay, this is the laptop they are ordering. Okay, configuration. So this is the configuration. Laptop we have to deliver. So the vendor easily understand. So that sort of information we are going to keep here. Next line. Click on header note. Click on header note and enter any confidential information. Header. Click on header note and enter any confidential information which should not reveal to vendor, which should not reveal to vendor, and has to maintain in our system only, and has to maintain in our system only. So like a header note is nothing but simply it's a confidential information. Okay, so we are, as a purchasing team, if they wanted to put some sort of information which is some privacy, which we should not reveal to vendor, then we can specify here. Okay, so that this information will never be passed to the vendor. Okay, so that sort of information for internal purpose. So then we have to put that. So other things are not required in real time also. Only we will take these two, header note and the header text. Okay. Next, you can write down note. Note. Based on document type, based on document type, these texts will be printed based on the document type. These texts will be printed on PO print output. PO print output. Okay, so I will explain you this later. Okay, this there is some sort of a setting will be there. I will show you later in output determination. Okay. Next, right. Address comma, address comma, communication, address comma, communication, and partners tab. Partners tab. Details will be copied from. Details will be copied from vendor master to RFQ. Copied from vendor master to RFQ, and RFQ to PO, and RFQ to PO. You always remember, whenever some reference you are taking for a creation of PO, that reference information will be copied. Okay, other than that, here you are specifying header as a vendor number. So vendor information will be copied to this entire header. Whenever you are specifying material here, this material information will be adapted to item. Okay. Next point. If no RFQ, then this information will copy from Then this information, will copy from directly vendor master, will copy from directly vendor master. Okay. Next, go to organizational data tab. Go to organizational data tab. This information also copied from quotation. So you can write down purchase organization. This is very, very important tab. Whenever you want to create a purchase order manually without any reference, first of all, you have to specify this information. Okay. Yeah. Write down. You can write down these three parameters. So whenever you are creating a purchase order manually, you have to specify this one, then vendor, organization, group, company code, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this way, you have to specify. So in the interview question, also this one. What are the important parameters required to create a purchase order? You have to tell vendor, purchase organization, purchase group, company code. In addition to this, material and plant. That's it. These are very, very important. So entire procurement will be taken care by this purchase organization. That is the reason why we are going to specify on header. Okay. Write down a note point. I will share this screenshot. You can write down note. PO will create with PO will create with only one purchase organization. PO will create with only one purchase organization, comma, with one company code, comma, with one company code, and one vendor, but in line items, but in line items, but in line items, we can have different plans. We can have different plans, but all the plans but all the plans must belongs to but all the plans must belongs to same purchase organization, same purchase org, and same company code. So whenever you are trying to create a purchase order for a different line items, with a different plans is possible. Suppose here I am specifying X plant, here Y, you can take Z, etc. etc. You can take 100 different plans, but all the plant must and should belongs to same this company and this purchaser. Then only you'll be able to create. Otherwise, you will not be able to create. Okay. Subheading, item data. item data. Subheading material data tab. Material data tab. So here you can see generally material group, vendor material number. This information will be copied. Generally material group is okay, copied from material master. This information will be copied from generally info record. If there is no info record, we have to maintain it manually. Write down vendor material number. Vendor material number. It can copy from info record. It can copy from info record, or we can enter manually here, or we can enter manually here, comma, so that in PO print out, so that in PO print out, it will print vendor material number, so that it will print vendor material number also, along with our material number and description. Along with our material and its description. Then it is easy for vendor. Then it is easy for vendor to identify, so that it is possible. It is easy for vendor to identify ordered material, ordered material with their material number, ordered material with their material number, and quick business transactions. Quick business transactions and quick deliveries are possible. So already I have told you what is a vendor material number. So you are going to order a raw material for construction purpose. This is your material number, means this is the material number at a business place, means client. So you are going to procure this material from some vendor where the same material number at vendor location will be like this. So if you specify that number here, so immediately vendor will identify, they know what materials, which kind of materials they are going to sell and they are going to have. They are going to keep in a particular location and all. So immediately, if we specify the vendor material number, immediately vendor will understand, okay, this is the material, so that they can easily identify the material where exactly they placed. Okay, so that is the reason why we are going to specify this information as well. This information, this vendor material number, will be printed on the purchase order, so that when that purchase order received by the vendor, he will be able to know, okay, this is the material they are ordering. Okay, next, write down info update, put a tick mark. Info update. If you select this indicator, existing info record, existing info record, existing info record data will be updated existing info record data will be updated with this PO data, with this PO data, if no info record, then system will create, a new info record, a new info record a new info record with this PO data, with this PO data. Note, this is very important question in interview. Okay, net price, condition type, net price, condition types will not update, from PO to info record, from PO to info record. So why it will not get updated? I am saying when you put a tick mark, entire information will be get updated. But why here I mentioned here net price and condition types will not update. Any answers, anyone? Already you know about info record. That is fine. We are already in purchase order. Okay. Can anyone guess what is the answer? Anyone? Why? Because this is very important. If you don't know this answer, nothing we use with the that info record and all. This is very important question in interview. Not only in interview, whenever you are working in a real-time environment, you must and should aware. So you just go and get some information. Okay, I don't want to give you answer now. Just go and search something and get some information and let me know tomorrow morning class. This is very important. Okay. The two we are going to complete a purchase order so that you will be able to understand. We just compare purchase order and info record. There is a small difference. Okay. Next, quantities slash weights tab. Quantities slash weights tab. Here weights information, weights information will be copied from material master. Here weights information will be copied from material master and still editable here, Stop. Next line. Order unit is copied from info record. Order unit is copied from info record. If no info record, it will copy from material master. It will copy from material master. Full stop. So entire this information will copy from a material master. Okay, generally this information will copy from a info record. If there is no info record, so we have to, it will obviously come from a material master. Next, delivery schedule tab. Delivery schedule tab. Right down. If total line item quantity, if total line item quantity is required is required in different delivery dates, required in different delivery dates, then enter then enter that schedule quantity, then enter that schedule quantity and delivery date here, and delivery date here. So see here, I am going to order 100 quantity. So the delivery date is August 7th. Okay. Now I don't want to receive the total quantity on the that particular day. So I wanted to receive 10 quantity tomorrow, 20 quantity day after tomorrow, or 50 quantity on one particular day. Then you have to split that 100 here into different multiple, okay, and different delivery dates you can give. So this is what we are going to specify scheduling the quantity with the scheduled delivery date. Okay, you can write down first column delivery date, second column scheduled quantity, first column delivery date, second column scheduled quantity. You can write down 7/8/2021 100 quantity. Likewise, you can write down 10/8/2021. Okay, some 10 quantity, some 10 quantity. Okay, then so total quantity will become 100 plus 10, 110. So whenever you wanted to receive the total quantity, I mean the total quantity and different delivery dates, you have to distribute here. Okay. Next, delivery tab. Delivery tab. Right on. Here, tolerances, comma. Here, tolerances, comma. Shipping instructions, comma. Tolerances, comma. Shipping instructions, comma. Reminders, comma. Reminders, comma. Remaining shelf life, remaining shelf life, etc. Can be copied from material master, can be copied from material master to info record, material master to info record, and info record to quotation, and info record to quotation, and from quotation to PO, from quotation to PO. Full stop. Okay, if there is no quotation, it will directly copy from info record. If no info record as well, obviously it will come from material master. Okay, and this information is still editable. Why? Because you can see all the fields are in edit mode, not grayed out. Okay. Yeah. Write down note the notes. At the time of GR, at the time of GR, if if over delivery tolerance, If over delivery tolerance limit exceeds, then system will give, error message only, error message only, even though, even though message number set as, even though message number set as warning. Okay, next. So see here, this is the planned delivery in time. So this will copy from a vendor master. Means info record or vendor master or material master generally. Okay. Here you can see, and the input terms also will copy from info record, if not the vendor master. So you can write down this one. Our session will end up immediately you join. Write down latest GR date. Latest GR date. Very important in the interview. In real time, nobody will use this field. But for interview purpose, they will ask, what do you mean by a latest GR date in PO? This is the last date. This is the last date to accept goods from vendor. This is the last date to accept goods from vendor. Yeah, you can once again write down. Whenever we wanted to delete a release strategy from the system, comma, then we have to delete that assignment. Then we have to delete that assignment in CL24N. Then we have to delete that assignment in CL24N first. CL24N first. Then we have to delete it from. Then we have to delete it from. Then we have to delete it from configuration. Then we have to delete it from a configuration. Generally, no one will follow this rule. So due to which we are going to get inconsistency in release strategy. So you just remember why, because when I did the entire cleanup process, we do have a 150 release strategies I do have. So whenever I'm going to clean up now, so if I don't delete any entry here, now you wanted to clean up your release strategy. Yesterday I told you, you come from a bottom to top. So before that one, before that cleanup, okay, in the configuration, you have to delete it from CL24N. That is the first activity you have to perform. Now, if you don't need this S1, the business is saying that we don't want to use S1 anymore. Please delete it. If you delete it from the configuration, it will get deleted, but still that assignment will exist here. Due to which, what will happen when PO is subjected, is satisfied the conditions of S1, will still trigger the release strategy, but will not be able to approve. Why? Because there is no original S1 is not exist in the system, but the assignment still exists. So that is the reason why always you should remember, as a consultant, when in interview also you can try to convey this information. Okay, we have to delete the assignment. We have to select this line and you have to delete, click on delete symbol. Then you just save here. Then you go back to your configuration OLMG, purchase order, release procedure. Then you can go to release strategies. There you can delete. This is what the procedure, but the people, they won't follow this procedure. That is the reason why every client, they do have a sort of inconsistency in their release strategies. I do see a lot of like inconsistencies in different organizations. Okay. Next, subheading test scenario. Test scenario. Create step one. Create a PO. Create a PO with respect to above characters. With respect to above characters and release strategies. With respect to above strategies and above characters and release strategies. Next line, execute ME21 and execute ME21 and write down document type YYNB. Document type YYNB. Okay. Next line, enter all required parameters. Enter all required parameters. That is, you can write it in the next line. Vendor comma purchase organization comma vendor comma purchase organization comma purchase group comma company code. Next, material comma quantity comma plant comma storage location. Okay, means all the parameters. You can go with either reference document or else you can go with the existing. I mean, if you have the proper material, proper vendor, proper master data is maintained, then directly you can give direct values rather than going for a reference. If you go with a manual entries, you will get to understand exactly what exactly is happening, what parameters are required. You will get to understand. If you take a reference, entire information will be adopted from the reference, so that you don't much get a clear understanding. So you have to go with the manual entries for the first time. Okay. Now you can see earlier we have discussed delivery invoice, conditions, text, address, communication, partners, additional data, organizational data. We have discussed, but we don't see anywhere the release strategy. Now you see what happened. Let's see the conditions. Purchase organization B100. Okay, it is already we have added. What is the total value? It is 1 lakh rupees. Already we have added. Fine. Okay, and document type YYNB. Means these three parameters are satisfied. YYNB 1 lakh rupees, B100. So now which release strategy it will trigger? So let's check from here. I'll go to CL24 and I'll give here. I'll go to S2. Let us take S2. So this is up to 1 lakh. Perfectly fine. My document type. Okay, YYNB is also selected. Perfectly fine. Next, purchase organization character B100. Okay, my means our PO is satisfying the three conditions which are exist in this S2 release strategy. Okay, release strategy S2. You can say I have selected S2. Sorry, here S2 release strategy. Okay, this one. Now in our PO, if we go into release strategy, It will trigger yes to release strategy. And you see release indicator is still blocked. Okay. Now what I will do for this particular, I will create this PO. Okay. Next, what you need to do, always you have to remember, click on check. Before that, you just maintain a output determination. Output determination is used to send purchase order to vendor. Then only if you don't send this purchase order, if you don't specify output determination, how the vendor knows you have created a purchase order, you need a material, or you need some product, or you need some service. How do the vendor knows? So 100% whenever before saving, you have to go into a messages and let's see the output type is maintained or not. Okay. Now I will save this purchase order. Still this PO release status is blocked. Okay. This is a click other purchase order. Now, if you click here, this number will come into here. You take a copy and enter. So now this is a display. Okay. Now what I will do, now I will execute goods receipt. Okay. I have not yet approved. Let's see what will happen here. Is it possible to receive the material or not? Let's try in SAP. So here, this is the transaction used to goods receipt. Forget about all. Just I am going to give my purchase order and I'm going to get enter. You see, purchasing document not yet released, not yet approved. How do I receive if the purchase order has not yet been approved? So we have to approve. Okay. Next line. Save the pivot. Click on check. Click on check and save the pivot. Next line. Step 2. Approve pivot. Approve pivot. Next line. Execute ME29N. Execute ME29N. Arrow mark. Click on other purchase order. This symbol. Okay. Click on other purchase order and enter above PO number and enter above PO number. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next line. Go to release strategy tab. Go to release strategy tab. Now you can see. So these are the release options. Earlier, you are not able to see this option, only this one. Status is release possible. Next line. Click on green tick mark. Click on green tick mark for releasing. For releasing. Now you can see released. So 10 is clicked now, you see release affected. 20. Still you see blocked. 30 blocked. 40 still the same status. Now you can clearly observe what will happen. It became released. The color you can see it's a blue. All the levels have been released. Okay. Now you can save it. Now what I will do, I will go with the MIGO. I will enter that PO. Let's see whether it will allow or not. Perfect. Now it is allowing. Okay. Now it is allowing. You just click on item OK and check post. So simply we are going to save this goods receipt. Means until unless you don't approve, you will not be able to receive your goods. So ME29 is a transaction where you are going to release your PO level by level, level by level. Okay. Next, ME28. ME28 is used for ME28 is used for collective release. ME28 is used for collective రిలీజ్. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ME29 ఒక POని మాత్రమే రిలీజ్ చేయగలం. కానీ ME28లో ఏంటి అంటే we have now this is the script. Write down. Execute ME28 next time. Execute ME28. Now what we can do here, you can provide release code, and if you execute, you will be able to see lot of POs which need approval. Means here you can see many POs, around 10 POs you are able to see. So this 10 you can release. Means the difference they will ask. What is the difference between ME28 transaction and ME29? In ME29, and it's a single PO release, we will release that each level one by one. Whereas in ME28, it is a collective release where we have to provide a release code and then execute. So the associated POs will come into the picture. We have to release one by one, one by one. Means at a time we are going to release many POs which are subjected for a release code 10 or release code 20, etc. So that is what the importance of ME28. Okay, here I go with now you can. So this is easy to understand this screen. Always you remember, already I told you ALV, ALV. What do you mean by ALV? I already given some full name for ALV. Anyone, did you remember? ALV. I told you at the time of purchase requisition open report. ME5A is a transaction where you have a scope of list where you need to select ALV. It's not a mandatory. But in interview, not in interview, in real time, they will ask what kind of view you need. You have to tell ALV. Then what is that ALV? Full form also you should remember now. ABAP list view. ABAP list view, ALV. You can note it down, write it down. I'll ask you questions in this week. I don't tell you, I mean, I don't want to tell you the date exactly. If I tell you the date, you will prepare, you will by heart all the things. So this week, I'm going to ask the questions till today's class, until release strategy. Okay. Otherwise, very important. So why? Because in interview they are going to ask what kind of a scope of this you are going to use for your report. You have to tell ALV. That's it. They don't ask why ALV, why not other. They don't ask. ALV itself, it is a user-friendly screen. Okay. Here you can see this is release possible. You can release. Okay. Likewise, you can release here. You can release this line. Likewise, you can release all the POs. So this is what ME28 and ME29. And again, you can release this PO. You can release. You can release. You can release. Means at a time, it's a collective release for a particular release code. Okay, this is what happening in ME28. Okay. Subheading: release strategy for purchase requisition. So you have to do this entire release strategy for purchase requisition. Okay, I don't want to give any thing. You just as is, but I'll give you the character names and all. Okay. Release strategy for PR. at a header level with a classification. Release strategy for PR at header level with a classification. So this is the interview question. Generally, for purchase requisition, we can set up the release strategy at either item level or header level. But especially whenever you are going to set up for a header level, there is a config. This is the recent interview question for me. Okay, what config you will do for a PR header level release strategy when you are comparing with PR item level release strategy? There is no difference actually in terms of characters. Generally, we'll take a character, different character, total value of the PR for a header. Total line item value is for a item level release strategy. In addition to that, what is the configuration difference? So write down SPRO, MM, purchasing, purchase requisition, SPRO, MM, purchasing, purchase requisition, define document types, define document types, so our document type is I think ZNB1 or document type. Okay, write down first column document type, second column overall release. First column document type, second column overall release. If you enable this particular tick mark, then only you will be able to set up the release strategy at a header level. Until unless you cannot do it. This is very important parameter. Okay. ZNB1, put a tick mark, click on save, click on save. This is the interview question, recent interview question, just 3 days back. I think last Friday, I guess. Okay. Next, you can write down 5 columns as is yesterday. However, you written a serial number, character, release strategy. The same columns you can write down now. The same 5 columns you can write down. Serial number, second column, characteristic, third column, release strategy, next column, release group. Release group, last column, release course. Release course. You can write down serial number 1, or serial number 1. In the second column, you can write down first one, total PR value. Total PR value. In bracket 0 to 10,000. You can take. Okay, PR total value in bracket 0 to 10,000. Next, in the same column, you can write down next character is plant. Third character is document type. Okay, so coming to third column, now you can go with release strategy value as some x1. Already we have used here s1, s2, now, so you can go with x1. Next, release group, you can go with 0, 1. Zero, 1. Next column, release codes. Here you can go with 0, 1, comma 0, 2, comma 0, 3, comma 0, 4. You can go with the 4 release codes. Okay, this is the way you have to set up the release strategy. First release strategy. Number 2, in serial number 2, you can write down same characters. You can write down total PR value. Now the value is same 10,000.01 to 1 lakh. 10,000.01 to 1 lakh. Next, plant. Second character is plant. Third character is document type. Okay, coming to third column, you can go with X2. Release strategy is X2. Okay, next, the next column release group 0, 1 only. Zero, 1. The last column release code. Earlier you have taken 4 now. Now up to you can take 5. 0, 1 to 0, 5. You can write down 0, 1 to 0, 5. Means 5 release codes we are going to set up for this X2. So that 5 people will approve when the PO value lies between 10,000 not 1 to 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Now you can write down the character name. Okay. Write down here communication structure in bracket table name. Means whenever you are going to create a character, so here you will go into additional data na table name. Okay. Write down communication structure in bracket table name is CBAN. CEBAN. Okay. For total PR value, next line, total PR value hyphen field name is GFWRT. Okay, GFWRT. Okay, next line, plant field name. Plant field name WERKS. WERKS. Next, document type field name is document type field name is BSART. BSART. So you have to set up in this way. For item level, now the same thing, only one character will be replaced. Next line you can write down. To set up release strategy, for PR at item level, at item level, comma, we have to replace total PR value. We have to replace total PR value character with PR item value character. Total PR value character with PR item value. In bracket, field name is GSWRT. Okay. So in this way, you have to set up either item level or header level. Don't go for true. It won't allow. Okay. Only either you, if you want to go with a header level, you put a document for your document type, you put a overall release indicator, and you can do it. If you wanted to go with the for item level, don't do that configuration. Take the similar characters in place of GFWRT. You can take a GSWRT field, create a characters. Okay, create a class and do the assignment. Same, you can see here. Your release procedure. Okay. Now with the classification only. Now you can see characteristics, classes, setup procedure. Okay, the same thing you have to follow. Write down. Configuration path is comma. Next line. OLME arrow mark. Purchase requisition arrow. Release procedure arrow. Procedure with classification. Arrow. Number 1, edit characteristics. Number 2, edit classes. Number 3, setup procedure with classification. In this way, you have to do the setup and all. So just to try to focus on purchase order release strategy, then you can go for PR. A minor mistake also will not give the successful release strategy. Okay. In this way, you have to do. Yeah, write down. It is a request. To purchase department. It is a request to purchase department to purchase a material. Or a service. To purchase a material or a service. For our warehouse, for our warehouse, or for a particular user department, for a particular user department, full stop. So purchase requisition is nothing but simply it is a request to have to go for a procurement. I need some material. I need some stationary materials. Okay, I need some raw materials. I need some finished. Likewise, so this is a request to the purchasing department. It is an internal document. We are not sending any purchase requisition to vendor. Okay, it is not a legal document. It is a simply internal request. So the what the user they will do generally, they will daily monitor their stock inventory and all. So whenever the stock is going to decrease to a particular value, then immediately they will raise a requisition to their purchasing department, and the purchasing manager will take care. Okay. Next point, PR can be created. PR can be created. PR can be created manually in ME51N. PR can be created manually in ME51N. ME51N or created automatically automatically via MRP, MRP you can write in a capital, means material requirement planning. PR can be created manually in ME51N or created automatically via MRP or via APO system, or via SD document, via SD, sales and distribution. From SD side, we are going to have the sales order. From our end, purchase order. So from their end, sales order. So through sales order also, purchase requisition will be created automatically. Okay, or via SD document or via PM document or via PM document. Means PM means a plant maintenance. Okay, there are some maintenance orders are there. So from there also, you are going to have the purchase requisitions which are created automatically. Subheading PR IMG settings. PR IMG settings. Okay. Write down SPRO. SPRO. MM. Purchasing. SPRO. MM. Purchasing. Purchase requisition. Number one. Define number ranges. Number one, define number ranges. Execute. Write down. In real time also. Number ranges already exists In real time also, number ranges already exist, comma, as per the business requirement, as per the business requirement, we can define new number range. We can define new number range as per below, as per below. So generally, always you should remember whenever we are performing any transactional data, relevant data, or a master relevant data. So for everything, there is a number range. For most of the cases, you do have a number range. Like a material, when you are creating a material, for suppose raw material I'm trying to create, I needed some number range. So whenever I'm going to give some information and I am going to save the material, so 100% it will generate some reference number. So for which we have to backend, we have to do the configuration. In real time, you don't create any material, you don't create any vendor, or you don't create any purchase requisition or order. No, nothing you will create. Only the thing is, you are going to provide a support to the business user who actually performing the transactions. Whoever the person is going to create a PR, if he is facing any issue, so immediately you look into that PR. You have to give the solution. So, I mean, last week I was assigned with a purchase requisition issue where the user is not able to delete the purchase requisition. They have created a purchase requisitions, lot purchase requisitions are created, but the user is not able to delete. So that was assigned with a high priority. So immediately in that portal, there is a ticketing tool which will be available. So the user, they are going to create a ticket in that. That ticket will be assigned to a particular consultant. So that ticket indicates a purchase requisition. So it is like a 2 department. So they have assigned us when I look at that ticket, there is no purchase requisition number, no information is mentioned. Only they mention user is unable to delete purchase requisition. 1 minute. Sorry. So user is unable to delete a purchase requisition. So there was no requisition number and nothing is there. So immediately I was contacted to the user and I have asked us to send some information. So they have given a 5 requisitions. So when I open each and every requisition in production system, you do not have any access in a production except only display. Everything as a consultant, you have display access, means it is restricted. Okay, fully restricted for you. Whereas for end user, they are also having a fully restricted access, but they do have a access for, if the user is for purchasing department, he will have access for a purchase order creation, purchase requisition creation, likewise. So when I opened that requisition and I got to know that purchase requisition is created automatically. That is the first check. I have to verify whether it is created manually or automatically. If it is manually created, now we can try to delete it. But user is not able to delete that requisition, means that something is missing, means that maybe that requisition was created automatically. So that requisition created automatically through the PM document, plant maintenance document. So that we are going to call as a planned work orders and unplanned work orders. So when the work order is created from PM plant maintenance department, in turn it will create requisition automatically. So because of that work order, they are unable to delete the PO. So immediately I have given a solution like you just go into work order and please complete that work order technically, so that requisition will get closed automatically. I have given that solution, immediately the user performed, but still they are not able to do. They are getting error. Open purchase orders still exist. Means they have created a PR and then for which they have created a purchase order, but they have not received anything. So that is open PO. So due to which again but that open PO was blocked. Again, I told them, please delete the PO and try to complete the work order. So that requisition, again, they tried. They are not able to do. Means the user, they don't know. They do not have a proper knowledge. They just only trained for creation of purchase requisition, creation of purchase orders, like that only. They know only that how to create. That's it. Why we are giving this parameter, why not other parameter? They don't know any knowledge. So immediately I took a call. So directly I told them, please go here, please select the line, click on delete and save it. So now the order has been deleted. Next, you go into work order and again select the component and you can delete it. So that requisition will delete it automatically. So means you have to understand what exact issue. Okay, they are not able to delete requisition, means something is missing there. So you have to, as a consultant, you have to identify. When you will get idea, in the sense, if you have a proper knowledge of a particular purchase requisition, what is the configuration relevant, and as well as what is the impact of each and every parameter. Okay, that is the reason why almost I'm giving most of the fields information, that all are not required in real time. When you come into real time now, you don't create a material, nothing you will create, but you need importance of a fields. Sometimes a few fields will be helpful. Okay, whatever the fields I have given, that are never used, only partial. Out of 10 fields, if I give a description, some definition and all, out of which 2 to 3 fields are used in real time. But you should know, whenever some question has been arised, you have to answer. So this is the importance of the field. Okay, fine. Yeah, in real time, you don't create these number ranges. When an implementation project is assigned, then only you'll get into all these parameters. Until unless you don't come into number ranges, you don't create a document type, you don't do any configuration. You just monitor the how they are, the user they are doing, and we have provide we have to provide a solution for the user issues. Next line, click on change intervals. Click on change intervals, arrow mark, click on insert button, insert button, write down 3 columns. First column number range, second column from number, third column to number, so I have created already S1 S2 is there, so I am going with S3, number range 62 series 2, and why? Because already 1000 is there, so 2000 2999. So no need to go with any external. Always you just remember, go with internal number range. Why? Because when user is trying to create a requisition, he cannot give a external number range. It is not easy to remember. So always it's a system has to generate a number. That would be the better recommendation. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Arrow mark. Click on continue. Arrow mark. Click on continue. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number 2, define screen layout at a document level. Define screen layout at a document level. Execute. Write down. In real time also. In real time also. Field selection already exists. In real time also. Field selection already exists. comma, as per business requirement, as per business requirement, we can define a new field selection. We can define a new field selection also. Write down. You can before that you can see. So generally the standard field selection here is NBB. Yeah. So this is the interview question, recent interview question. What is the standard field selection for purchase requisition? So you have to tell NBB. NBB is the standard field selection. So let's go into inside so that you will get understand what exactly we have. Write down. Select the field selection NBB. Select field selection NBB and click on details button. And click on details button. Next line. Click on any one field selection group. Click on any one field selection group. Say basic data, comma. Say basic data, comma. Say basic data, comma, item. And observe which fields are required. Which fields are required or optional or display. Optional, required or optional or display. Okay, now you see here when you go into this field selection group, basic data, comma, item, plant and purchase group are required entries, all other are optional and display. If you go inside again some supplying plant, you see optional entry. Likewise, you have to go into each and every field selection group and observe what are mandatory, how many fields are there, out of which what are required and what are not required. So likewise, we have to observe this is what the field selection. Whenever you are trying to create a PR, that a field selection key is NBB, you have to understand the plant and group purchasing group is mandatory. If you don't specify these two parameters, you cannot create the purchase requisition. That is what a field selection. Okay. Next, back to main screen. Back to main screen. Now you see it is already in selected mode. You go inside of details and observe and you back to main screen. The selection is same. Now click on copy as button. Click on copy as button. Click on copy as button. Write down field selection key ZZNB. ZZNB. It's a description. You can give any description. PR, some industries. Next, click enter. Click enter. Click enter. Next line. Select our new field selection key. Select our new field selection key and click on details button. And click on details button. Next, click on any field selection group. Click on any field selection group and observe field selection and observe field selection. And observe field selection. So any changes if you want, you can do it. Okay, anything you want as a required, then you can do it here. Okay. So I am going to make a purchase organization is a required entry. Okay. Next, back to main screen and save. Back to main screen and save. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Next, define document type. Number 3, define document types. Define document types. Execute. So see here, these are the existing document type in this system. So the standard document types are NB, RV, FO. Okay, these are the 3 are standard document types in real time. Okay, so mostly we will take NB as a common. NB is the standard purchase requisition. Okay, so we will take NB as a reference and we will create it. The question is, why do you need multiple document types? So can we go with one document type? That is the interview question. I mean, day before yesterday, that was the interview question. So why do we require multiple document types rather than one document type? Generally, if we have a one document type, also nothing will happen. But we have to show some sort of a differences. Why? Because we do have so many procurements. Okay, direct procurement, indirect procurement, with material or without material, or a stock purpose or a consumption purpose. Okay, so many like again consignment procurement, subcontracting, stock transfer, third party. So these many procurements are there. So how is it possible to have a one document type? So we have to show the we have to give some feasibility to the user. When they want to go for direct procurement, they'll go. We have to create a document type and we have to train them. So this is the document type need to be used for direct procurement. For without material procurement, please use this document type. That's kind of a feasibility we have to provide to the user so that they can easily, for reporting purpose also, it will be easy for them to extract. So if they want to extract only direct product, material procurement, they will go with the document type. They will give that particular document type and immediately they will extract the list. Okay, that is the reason why we are going to have multiple document types. And as well, For each document type, we are going to define a sort of a field selection. For each document type, there is a own set of number range. So the business tells us, so 6 series is for material procurement, 7 series is for consignment, 8 series is for some interface POs, some 9 series is for like a stock transfers. So they are going to define us. So that is the reason why we have to go with different document types. So one document type is not at all sufficient to proceed, to work on a live environment. That is the reason why we are going with different document types with different item categories we are linking. Okay, these are the standard. Write down. Now we have to create a new document type. Okay, select a document type NB. Select document type NB. Select document type NB and click on copy as button. Write down. So I am giving the document type. Write down how many columns are. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns you can write down. 5 columns you can write down. 5 columns. First column, document type. First column, document type. Second column, description. Third column, item interval. Next column, member range, internal. Next column, field selection. Next column, field selection. Now this one. Write down. I am going with the ZNB1. Document type is ZNB1. Next, some PR industry as a description. Next, item interval, you just keep as is 10. I'll tell you what it indicates. When we are creating PR, I will tell you. Okay. Number 10. My number range, I created internal number range S3. My field selection ZZNB. Okay. Whatever the earlier field selection and earlier number range, you have to assign here. Next, click enter. Arrow mark. Click on copy all. Arrow mark. Continue. Now you can see your document type has been created. Next, select our document type. And click on allowed item categories. You can see you copied now, so that all item categories which are relevant to NB are copied here. If in case, if business is going to tell us, so this is the document type, I wanted to use it for only consignment, I don't want to create any other POs, then immediately once you copy, now what you have to do, you have to select all, you say select all, only keep consignment and remove all and save it. So that with that document type, you only will be able to create a consignment PO. Other than that, you cannot go. So that is what the control functions already I have given you three control functions. Okay, for the document type. There you can see the first one. Number ranges, we already assigned here. Field selection key also assigned. Third one is item categories which are allowed. Now here, this is the allowed item categories. So these are the three control functions we have. Okay, other than that, no need to go for any option here. These are the two important options. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Back to IMG. Back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number four, processing time. Number 4, processing time. Execute. Write down first column plant. First column plant. Second column processing time. First column plant and second column processing time. Okay. So write down your plant B100, my plant B100, and processing time I have given 1 day. Yeah, write down a description. Number of working days. Number of working days are required. Number of working days are required to convert APR into PO. To convert APR into PO is known as processing time. Processing time. Full stop. Write down. It is useful to. It is useful. It is useful to calculate PR item. It is useful to calculate a PR item delivery date. Okay. Yeah, processing time means just how much time is required to convert a PR into PO. Okay, and as well as it will be useful to PR delivery date. Okay, so these are the basic IMG settings for PR. Not only for PR, always the upcoming transactions also will have the same number ranges, screen layout, document type. These are the three important. So we are going to copy from standard and we are going to create it. That's it. In real time, they are going to give everything. They only provide the number ranges. They only provide the field selection. So we have to create, that's it. Okay. So in this way, we have to do this settings and all. So just go through each and every setting and let me know if you have any issue. So I don't see till now. I mean, I don't see any issues in terms of like why, because this is the setting of master data and doing only the configuration. So you don't get any error. If you are getting error means something you missed out. So now onwards you are going to see lot of errors. Once you are trying to create a PR, lot of errors. Not only MM and you are going to get FI end. So lot of errors will get. So please try to get. I mean, open a thread and in Google you just get some information. If you're still if you are not able to like sort out that issue now, so please post on our WhatsApp group, not individually, just post on WhatsApp group. So everyone can see and maybe anyone can if he is, I mean, if the person is going into that error, so he can help you. Anyway, I'll help you how to, I mean, resolve that errors and all. Okay. So characteristic PO underscore doc type. Next line. Click on create button. Click on create button. Next, go to additional data tab. Go to additional data tab. Write down table name CEKKO. Field name BSART. Document type field is BSART. Okay, BSART. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next line. Go to basic data tab. Go to basic data tab. Write down description, order type. Description, order type. Next, data type, character. Number of characters 4. Number of characters 4. Value assignment. This one. Multiple values you can select. So here you see the difference. Earlier character, the data type was a currency, so that you are able to see interval value. Right now, this is a character format for which there is a we have a document type NB standard FO UB, and I created YYNB or something. So I cannot give NB to YYNB. I cannot give like that. It's a single value, means it's a single character. It's a so that here there is no option to have interval values. Okay. Next, go to values tab. Go to values tab. Write down additional values. Values tab. Put a tick mark for additional values. Okay. Next, write down NB. You can write down NB. NB. Purchase order standard. FO framework order. FO framework order. Whatever the document that you created in the configuration, you just take that also. In addition to these two, these are standard. You just take yours. So I created YYNB. You can write down YYNB. So you can take some description. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Next, go to restrictions tab. Go to restrictions tab. Yeah, write down class type 032. Means what exactly this restriction means? We are restricting this character to only this class type 032. You cannot use this character for any other classes. If you go into dropdown, you will be able to see many classes. But this character will be used only for the class 032. So this is not a mandatory parameter in real time. Okay. If you specify 032 here, it will be restricted. Means it will be used only for a release data. You cannot use anywhere. If you give or not give, no impact in the system. Okay. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. Next subheading. Create character for purchase arc. Create character for purchase arc. Execute CT04. Execute CT04. Write down characteristic PO underscore PUR ORG. Characteristic PO underscore PUR ORG. Click on create button. Create button is this white symbol. Okay, I already created. So if I click on create now, so it will give already characteristic exists. Like that, it will give error. Okay, right. Go to additional data tab. Go to additional data tab. Write down table CEKKO. CEKKO field EKORG. The standard all you have to remember in interview. Field EKORG. Next, click enter. Click enter. Go to basic data tab. Go to basic data tab. Write down description, purchasing, organization. Data type, character. Data type, character. Next, value assignment, which always multiple values. Next, go to values tab. Go to values tab. Write down tick mark for additional values. So now my purchase organization is B100. Okay, this is my configuration setup, my purchase org. So you also whatever the purchase organizations you created and you assigned to your organization hierarchy, take that purchase org into the release strategy character. Otherwise, it won't trigger. It is very easy. CT04 is very, very easy to do. But you won't get release strategy tab while you are creating in your PO. It will take minimum 1 week time. 100% I'm sure about that. Why? Because you guys are using online server, so many people will do the changes in that system and it won't trigger. But anyway, try your best. B100 and it's a description. Means your purchase organization and it's a description. Okay. Next, click enter. Click enter. Go to restrictions tab. Go to restrictions tab. This one, class type 032. Enter. Click enter and save. Click enter and save. Okay, so we have completed in the IMG setting for the first configuration relevant activity is edit characteristic. So this edit characteristic will not generate any transport request, for which we have to create all characters in each and every system from lower environment to higher environment, means from development system to quality system and again production system. We have to create manually. Okay. Number 2. Next. Back to IMG. Back to IMG. You can take Roman number 2, edit class subheading. Back to IMG, edit class. Okay. Right down. Execute CL02. Execute CL02. Here, if you click execute, it will take to the class. CL02 is a T code. Okay. Write down class PO underscore REL. PO underscore REL. Next, class type 032. Class type 032. Next line. Click on create button. Click on create button. Click on create button. Yeah. Go to basic data tab. Go to basic data tab. Yeah. Description, PO release strategy. Description, PO release strategy. Next, click enter. Click enter. Go to characters tab. Go to characters tab and assign our characters and assign our characters. So whatever the 3 characteristics you created, total data value, document type, purchasing organization. Those 3 character values you have to assign. Write down characters, column character. You can write down all these 3. No, not all columns. You just only this column is write down. You can write PO underscore value, can write 3 characters. You just need to type your character. That's it. Next. Click enter and save. Click enter and save. So you can see this one also, it was not generated any transfer. So we have to create manually in every system. Write down note. Here also, here also, no transport request is generated. Here also, no transport request is generated. Here also, no transport request is generated. So that we have to create class. So that we have to create class manually in each and every client, in each and every client, in bracket development comma quality, development comma quality, and production. One more point you can write down. To create characters and class, to create characters and class in production server, to create characters and class in production server, we have to request FF access. We have to request FF access in bracket firefighter. FIRE fire, FIGHTER firefighter access. So if you specify this word in your interview, so they will understand you are a real-time employee. Why? Because the people, they don't know what is FF access. FF access is nothing but it's a firefighter access, which we are going to call a special access, or we can call it as an emergency access in real time. Why? Because as a consultant, we do not have any authorization in a production system except a display. Why? Because we are not the end user to create an invoice. We are not the end user to create a purchase order or a requisition. We are the consultants who are developing this entire application or entire configuration in the backend. So we are going to support them, and we are going to make the screen as per their requirement. We are going to modify a lot of parameters. Okay, so we are the people only for doing such kind of configuration relevant activities. So whenever you wanted to perform any sort of activity in a production system, you will not have an authorization. So immediately you have to request FF access. So generally nowadays in SAP there is other module we are going to call as a security. They are SAP security. They are the people, they are going to give authorization to all users, whether the user is a consultant or the user is a end user. Okay, the people, they are going to give authorizations. So they are going to give FF access for us, for which right now all businesses, they are using security GRC. So GRC is nothing but governance risk compliance. So it's a different module, so which is relevant to SAP security. Why? Because they have to make our SAP system as a unique and clean. Okay, So that in the SAP GRC system, there is a procedure to apply SS access. So that will be depends on the company, it will be changed. Okay. So whenever you, come across that situation, you just talk to your manager or a superior who or your leader. They will tell you how to apply and all that FF access and all. Okay. For in the small companies, they directly give. If you send a mail, I need FF access for this transaction, directly they will give. But if you are working for some foreign client and MNC, then if they are, following some sort of a CMS change management system, at that time there is a procedure, there is a peer review, code review, and it's a CAB meeting, change advisory. Lot of parameters will be there in real time. So that's not a matter. But remember, firefighter access is needed to do this sort of configurations. Okay. Next, back to IMG. Back to IMG. Number 3, define release procedure for purchase orders. Number 3, define release procedure for purchase orders. Execute. Now you can see in this screen, you are able to see group, code, indicator, strategy, workflow. So whatever the order you are able to see here, you have to follow in the same order. First, I will create code. No. I will create indicator. No, I will create strategy. Don't think in that direction. Don't create in that direction. Just follow the way how they are represented here. Just first of all, create a group, create code, create indicator, then create strategy. If you not follow such a procedure, you in your lifetime itself, you will never be able to set up a ready strategy. That is what very important. Okay, in interview also they will ask what are the steps, what is the procedure, and the release procedure. What is the first step? What you will create? If you remember code, I will create release code. If you tell them, they'll understand. So you have to follow in this manner. Okay. Before that, you can write down a note. Note to create a new release strategy setup. Note to create a new release strategy setup for PO, comma. We have to clean up. Existing release strategy. We have to clean up existing release strategy in the system by deleting from bottom to top. By deleting from bottom to top. That is from release strategies to release groups. From release strategies to release groups. Forget about the workflow. Okay. So మీరు లైక్ రియల్ టైంలో మీరు కొత్తది అంటే ఇప్పటివరకు మీకు రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీ లేదు, బిజినెస్ మిమ్మల్ని రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీ మాకు పిఓకి కాన్ఫిగర్ చేయండి అని చెప్పారు. సో మీరు ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే ఆల్రెడీ సిస్టమ్ ఏదో ఒక రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ ఎగ్జిస్ట్ అయి ఉంటాయి. సో మీరు ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ క్రియేట్ ఇప్పుడు మీ సిస్టంలో కూడా మీరు చేయాలి అంటే డైరెక్ట్గా చేస్తే మీకు అవ్వదు. కంపల్సరీ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీ అంతా క్లీనప్ చేయాలి. ఆ క్లీనప్ ఎలా అంటే ఫస్ట్ నేను ఇక్కడ ఇది ఉంది కదా, ఇది డిలీట్ చేస్తా, తర్వాత ఇది డిలీట్ చేస్తా అంటే అది కరెక్ట్గా అవ్వదు డిలీషన్ అనేది. సో మనం ఎప్పుడు బాటమ్ నుంచి టాప్కి రావాలి డిలీషన్కి మాత్రం. క్లీనప్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ రిలీజ్ స్ట్రాటజీస్లోకి వెళ్ళి సెలెక్ట్ ఆల్, ఓకే, డిలీట్. నెక్స్ట్ go to release indicator, select all and delete. Go to release codes, okay, select all, delete. So In this manner, you have to delete all from release strategies to release groups. So whenever you wanted to clean up, entire release strategy, you have to delete it from bottom to top. Okay, but whenever you want to create a new release strategy, then you have to start from top to bottom. Okay, right on. Next line. Click on release groups. Click on release groups. Next line. Click on new entries. Click on new entries. Write down 2 columns. Release group. Second column class. సో మీరు ఇంతకు ముందు ఏదైతే క్లాస్ అక్కడ క్రియేట్ చేశారో ఫస్ట్ 3 క్యారెక్టర్స్ ని క్రియేట్ చేశారు, తర్వాత ఒక క్లాస్, ఆ క్లాస్ లో 3 క్యారెక్టర్స్ అసైన్ చేశారు. ఏదైతే ఆ క్లాస్ అక్కడ క్రియేట్ చేశారో ఆ క్లాస్ ని ఇక్కడ మీరు అసైన్ చేయాలి. ఓకేనా? రిలీజ్ గ్రూప్ అనేది 02. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఏ నెంబర్ అయినా ఇవ్వచ్చు. 02నే ఎందుకు ఇచ్చారు అనేది క్వశ్చన్ కాదు. మీరు 2 డిజిట్ పారామీటర్ ఏదైనా తీసుకోవచ్చు, అది యూనిక్ గా ఉండాలి. POకి 02 అంటే PRకి మళ్ళీ 02 తీసుకోకూడదు, 01 03 తీసుకోండి. ఓకేనా? రిలీజ్ గ్రూప్ ఇస్ 02 క్లాస్ PO_RGL. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ లైన్. క్లిక్ ఎంటర్ అండ్ సేవ్. క్లిక్ ఎంటర్ అండ్ సేవ్. నెక్స్ట్ నెంబర్ 2. నెంబర్ 1 ఏంటి అంటే రిలీజ్ గ్రూప్ కి నెంబర్ 1 అని పెట్టుకోండి. క్లిక్ ఆన్ రాసాం కదా. నెంబర్ 2 క్లిక్ ఆన్ రిలీజ్ కోడ్స్. ఓకే, క్లిక్ ఆన్ న్యూ ఎంట్రీస్. క్లిక్ ఆన్ న్యూ ఎంట్రీస్. Click on new entries, this one. Okay, write down 3 columns. Release group, release code, release group, release code, description. So release group is 02, which is unique. No need to write every time. Okay, so you can take release codes 10, 20, 30, 40. I think up to 50 you can take. Okay, 10 to 50 you can take. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So here you can see descriptions. Means 10 approval, 10 is a technician, then it will go for manager, then it will go for senior manager, then it will go for general manager, and finally controller. Plant controller will review and give it up to final level. Write down descriptions. Technician for 20, manager for 30, senior manager for 40, general manager for 50, controller. Next, click enter and save. Click enter and save. సో ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ రిక్వెస్ట్ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, క్లిక్ ఎంటర్ అండ్ సేవ్. Okay, so I'll stop the session for today. So tomorrow we'll go with the release indicators. Okay.